Hey there, folks. Adam here, going live. I'm going to talk about these storms. We've got some pretty hefty storms happening right now in Essex County, Windsor, and surrounding communities. Here is our forecast map for today. And as you can see, we're expecting some pretty potent severe weather. We've gone up to the significant severe risk for parts of southwestern Ontario, through central Ontario into parts of Muskoka, maybe even up to Algonquin Park and parts of northeastern Ontario as well too. So not shown on this map, but Sault Ste. Marie, actually kind of on the very edge of the map. They're dealing with a pretty potent storm system moving in right now as well too. So we hope they're staying safe. We are watching this very closely. Hello everybody in the comments. How are we all doing? How's it going? Hi, Felicia. Hi, Genevieve. Hi, Alexis. Hi, Candace. How's everyone doing? Hi, Liam. How are we? Today is, it could be quite severe. So we're going to be watching this very closely. If you have not done so already, head over and download our free app. As you can see, we notified everybody that we are live streaming. And here is your past and future radar. So we are looking at storms developing through parts of southwestern Ontario. The future radar looks different than it did before. It kind of clears up there towards the evening. So we'll see if that happens. It may change. It may update. I believe the future radar updates every 15 or 30 minutes. So this may develop further as we go into the evening hours. But yeah, if those storms want to die out, that would be fantastic as well too. We don't obviously want a significant severe thunderstorm risk, but we are already dealing with the beginning of it in Sault Ste. Marie right now and parts of northeastern Ontario. And of course, Essex County, Windsor, Amherstburg has already seen some of it. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some damage reports with that line because it looks pretty significant as far as the winds are concerned. So let us know in the comments if you are in those areas and what you're experiencing. It looks pretty intense down there. So yeah, we hope everybody's staying safe. And again, if you have not done yet, head over and download our free app. It's called Instant Weather. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. Actually, I'll put a link in the comments here for everybody so you can easily get to it. So give me just 1 second here to download our free app. Visit, and I'll give you a different link. It is instantweather.ca/app. I put that in the comments there, so hopefully that gives you an easier link to go download the app. Again, it's free, and a huge thank you to those who have upgraded the radar by signing up for a 5-hour future radar subscription, which also removes ads from the app. So huge thank you to those who have done that. Huge thank you to those who are sending in stars on Facebook. It's like a tip jar. Super chats on YouTube. It's the same thing. And those who have become a supporter on our Facebook pages as well too. Really makes a big difference. So thank you so much. I sincerely appreciate it. So I think we've got Brennan with us as well too. He's going to be bringing up the current severe thunderstorm warnings. Brennan, if you want to bring that up here up on the screen, pretty please. There we are. And these are the current alerts that you're looking at right now. As you can see in red at the bottom left there, Windsor, Leamington, Chatham, Kent, Sarnia, all on severe thunderstorm warning at this point in time. There is some embedded rotation there as well too, so it is possible that we could have a QLCS tornado spin up down there. So that's a problem, of course. And as you can see, the very top left, that would be the severe thunderstorm warning for Sault Ste. Marie as well. So that area looks pretty significant, and the tornado risk up there is actually quite strong. So our thoughts are with those in northeastern Ontario as well. In yellow here, you can see the yellow would be the severe thunderstorm watch. And if you can see that like hashed area, that means there's a mention of some tornado potential, I believe. So within the severe thunderstorm watch and within the severe thunderstorm warnings, sometimes they'll sneak in there a tornado risk is possible as well too. So when they do, we'd like to highlight that so you can definitely see that is occurring. And then in the rest of the areas, I believe it's the heat warnings. You can see there in kind of a maroon purple. So yeah, so a severe thunderstorm watch across a huge swath of the region, and it is very likely that these severe thunderstorm warnings will continue as this line continues to push to the east, to the northeast. So just checking in the comments here. Thank you so much for everybody who is letting us know what you're experiencing. It really does help. And we're going to be watching the comments very closely. Something we tried to do in the past, but haven't been the greatest at. We're now like laser focused on our comments. So a really big thing, a really, really helpful thing is to let us know your reports in the comments, and we'll be watching them closely. If we don't get it the first time, feel free to repeat yourself. If you spot a funnel cloud, or if you are experiencing wind damage, only if it's safe to do so, let us know in the comments. Heavy wind in Amherst, says Nick. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Let me bring that up on the screen. Nick said heavy wind in Amherstburg, I'm sure. IS on YouTube said London had a small tornado. Yeah, that was yesterday. There was a small, very small little supercell that spun up a brief EF0 tornado with wind speeds of 115 kilometers an hour is what the NTP is estimating based on some tree damage. Thankfully, we had no reports of significant damage, and we had no reports of injuries. So thankfully, everybody stayed safe yesterday as well, too. It's getting windier, lots of wind in Sarnia, no rain yet. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You're welcome, Brenda. Thank you kindly. I sent you a video of the rain and wind, says Daryl Smith on YouTube. Thank you so much. Let us know if you do send us a report, like video or anything to that extent. Let us know where exactly you sent it to. So it really, really does help for sure. So Janet here, that's odd. Randomly hearing some audio. Wonder where that's coming from. So Janet here says, app again, please. So just to clarify, Janet, if you go to the Apple App Store or you go to the Google Play Store and you type in instant weather, look for our blue and white icon that looks like the logo that's right here below my finger. It'll just be the I and it'll just be the W kind of smushed together, IW. That will... that's our free app. So download that. It's free. And thank you so much to all those who have. If you are having a hard time finding it, go to instantweatherapp.com and click on Apple or Android. It'll take you right to the app store of your choice. So just looking in the comments here, Nicole says F0 at the airport. Yeah, an EF0, enhanced Fujita scale, is what we switched to in Canada. F has been retired, which is Fujita. And so now we are at EF. Thank you, Rhonda. Appreciate the link there. Thank you kindly. Very calm in Amherstburg now. We had a report, which is from Melissa here, which means the strongest part of the storm is obviously moving to the east. Oh, radar has some extremely strong winds east of Lakeshore here, heading towards, it's in North Woodsley, heading towards St. Joachim, Joachim. Someone said wind damage in Windsor. I got a report on the app, which I wouldn't be surprised based on how strong the values are on radar here. And it's just about to move into Sarnia. Like there's some really, really strong winds on that line. We're getting damage reports all in Michigan on this line that's moving east. And that's coming towards Sombra, St. Clair, Port Lambton, Walpole Island. There also is some really strong winds and maybe some rotation heading towards Pelee Island right now as well too. Scudder and Pelee Island. We are getting some wind damage reports from Essex County. Bell River is about to get hammered if it's not already getting hammered right now, because radar is usually a few minutes behind. So this is, whether or not this is producing tornadoes, it's producing significant wind damage. So you're going to be wanting to not be on an upper floor. If you have a basement, you're going to want to be down there. If you don't have a basement, most interior room. These are, again, don't wait for tornado warnings to be getting to shelter with these storms. They are producing, from what I can see, downburst winds that are, up to EF0, maybe even EF1. We'll have to see. Significant wind gusts are going to be coming with these storms. So just because there's no tornado warning doesn't mean you shouldn't be getting to a safe place with these storms. This line is significant. So... the National Weather Service, Brendan just pointed out, the National Weather Service is estimating 70 mile per hour wind gusts in these storms. So if anybody wants to do a quick calculation on what 70 mile per hour is in kilometers an hour, it's a lot. So I don't know off the top of my head. I could guess, but I'd rather, I'm going to see 20 comments with people that go to Google and check that out really quickly. So 110 kilometer an hour, Spectre Gaming. Thank you very much. You win the prize of calculating that first. 112, says Brennan. 140, says Scott. 120 says Drew. 110 says Nancy. It's a lot. 112 says Mary. Yeah, so 70 mile per hour, 112 kilometers an hour wind gusts. Those are dangerous wind gusts. Those are bringing down trees. They're bringing down power lines. They're causing shingle damage. It could be causing trees to fall onto structures. Rotation over LaSalle. Someone posted earlier on Twitter. And the video looks pretty intense as well too. So again, QLCS potential with these storms, and what that means, it's a type of tornado that occurs embedded within these dangerous squall lines. So they spin up really quick. They're difficult to see sometimes on radar, but we're definitely with the potential of seeing QLCS tornadoes on this line. I mean, last year we had 42 tornadoes confirmed in Ontario. It was a record year for how many tornadoes were confirmed, and a huge majority of them were QLCS tornadoes. So they were embedded within big squall lines. Yeah, those are dangerous storms for sure. So this is just to clarify what you're seeing here behind me. This is the future radar. You can see the time right here. This is the 5-hour future radar on our app. That is, we only were able to give a few frames of future radar with the free version of the app. But if you do the upgrade radar subscription, then you get 5 hours of future radar, and that's what you're looking at right here. So those storms are moving towards Sudbury, as you can see at the very top. And again, we're dealing with some dangerous storms here. So this is going to be something here. So let me flip over to, I've been showing quite a few times here, this new radar product that we're working on. Probably going to call it, Instant Weather Pro, something to that extent. Give me 1 second here. My son needs my attention. My 4-year-old needs my attention here. I'll be right back. It's critical stuff. Oh, okay. You wanted one more hug and one more kiss. Sorry about that. So I want to take a look at this new radar product that we are working on. This is actually an older frame here, so I'm going to bring up a new frame from Exeter. Let me just see what the latest is. There we are. So you can see exactly where these storms are. This line is substantial. Let me tilt see this line goes all the way up Lake Huron here. And it looks like some of the models that we're talking about, a big line, are looking like they're probably correct from what I can see here. This line looks substantial. It goes pretty far north. I am seeing some storms north of Goderich now as well too. So that's interesting, towards Point Clark and Ripley. Some storms up there as well too. We have to keep an eye on closely. But again, we're dealing with substantial Bell River. We're getting substantial wind damage reports from Bell River now as well too. Big tree branch across the road in Cottam in Essex County. Heavy rain and damaging winds in Essex. Getting lots of reports now. Yeah, this is a dangerous situation for those who are in the path of these storms. These storms are substantial. So very strong winds in Bell River here. You just see this line. It's in Leamington right now. It's in Comber, Bell River. It continues to move east. There's some heavy rain coming in behind as well too. I'm not sure how strong the winds are on the line behind, but it is possible. There's still some strong winds back there. This line is potent. And yeah, Comber, so damaging winds and reported in Comber now. Trees are coming down. Sarnia needs to brace for this line. It's about to hit Sombra, St. Clair, Marysville, Sarnia, and yeah, we are seeing some storms a little bit further to the north as well too. We will be checking in with Travis as well too. He's live on highwaysandhailstones.com. I'm not sure exactly where he is right now. The last time I checked, I believe he was actually near, near Kitchener. So let me double check here. I'll flip over to his live stream right now. There he is there. And this is Travis on highwaysandhailstones.com. He's near Elmira right now. Excuse me, heading towards Listowel. And so he's going to intercept when these storms start to move across from Lake Huron towards maybe the Goderich areas. So right now he doesn't have anything too interesting, but we'll check back with him, and hopefully he's staying safe out there as well too. But let's see here. What is that? 120 kilometer an hour on Lake St. Clair. Yeah, we're getting gust reports up to 120 on Lake St. Clair. From Brendan, can you clarify that? I can't. It's hard for me to read it. It's pretty small on the window I have it open on. But yeah, this looks like he says, yeah, 120. So there are actually recorded wind gusts on Lake St. Clair of 120 kilometers an hour. That's not good. So yeah, that's a problem. So let me see if we got the latest future radar here. I want to make sure we keep checking in on the latest future radar to make sure that we have, excuse me, to make sure that we have the latest estimations of what could potentially happen. There are some storms. Again, there's some dangerous storms over by Sault Ste. Marie. I almost said Sault Marie. Sault Ste. Marie, there's some dangerous storms up there, and there is some storms near Ottawa that we posted minor rotation on. I will have a peek at those to see exactly what's happening, but I want to see what the latest future radar is showing on our app. So let's go take a look at that quickly. And let's see here. I want to make this a little smaller so we can see the whole area. There we go. I'm literally using our app right now on my iPad. And again, you can download this for free. You can't get the future radar out to 5 hours for free. That's the only thing we have. That is, so basically 99% functionality of the app is completely free, from notifications to 10-day hourly forecast to 15-day forecast. But if you want 5 hours of future radar, then go to the menu, hit upgrade radar, and choose one of the options. I think one of them is $6 a year, which is 50 cents a month. And then you can have 5 hours of future radar, which is helpful for you. It's helpful for us, helps offset the cost of the substantial weather data that we're purchasing. It's quite substantial. So yeah, so thank you so much to all those who have done that. It really makes a big difference. And again, we hope everybody's staying safe with these storms because they look pretty significant right now. So Bell River, my mom's tree came down, says Candace. Put that up on the screen here. Thank you for sharing, Candace. I really hope she's okay. Yeah, it's not a good thing. Jumana said London had a tornado yesterday. Yes, it did. Northeast of London. So it wasn't actually in London proper. It was northeast near the airport, and northeast of that as well too. So Christine says wind is picking up in Leamington. Yeah, I'm sure it's pretty darn intense for anyone who is in the path of this line of storms right now. It looks pretty darn intense, and we hope everybody's staying safe. Significant winds are heading towards Mitchell's Bay. This is where we had the 120 kilometer an hour wind gusts over Lake St. Clair, which is now moving towards Mitchell's Bay. If you're in Mitchell's Bay, you need to be taking shelter in the path of that storm. Chatham-Kent needs to be getting ready. I know Chatham-Kent thinks every storm goes around them, which sometimes does happen. This one doesn't look like it's going around you. This one looks like it's heading straight for you. So if you are in the Chatham-Kent area, surrounding communities, if you are in Sarnia, there are some very strong winds heading towards Sarnia right now. Right now in Emmett, Michigan, Memphis, Michigan, heading east towards Marysville, St. Clair, Sombra, Sarnia. Those areas look really, really intense on radar. This is a significant line of damaging wind gusts and potentially embedded tornadoes in there. So you're going to want to be safe with these storms for sure. Thank you, Candace, for that report. Again, I hope Mom is okay. Tim had an interesting question. He says, why is your radar different than the weather network? Yours is slower? Do you mean like the animation is slower? That's a good question. Oh, ours is slower as far as timing is concerned. I see. So to give you clarification, their app and several other apps, what they do is they take past radar and they just, so if you notice past radar shifting and it's moving and all of a sudden it gets to the future radar timestamp and whatever it was, it just freezes and it just moves the way it was going and the speed it was going. That can actually be quite useful. However, when it comes to new storms developing, when it comes to storms dying out and weakening, all of that kind of stuff, if you just take past radar and move it forward, you're not really going to pick up on those types of things. So we're using a supercomputer model-based approach, which updates every 15 minutes worldwide at a high resolution. And it's great at estimating when the storms are going to die out, when they're going to pop up. As you can see, you see storms developing that weren't even there. And then you saw that blob near London that just died out. So we'll see what happens. But using a supercomputer to model the future rapidly is quite helpful. It can be quite helpful, but it changes often. So it's good to go back and check it because it can change fairly often for sure. Hopefully that answers your question. Let's see here. Kevin says he wished we had tornado sirens here in Canada. Yeah, that would probably be helpful. The tricky part is, though, is that the alerts here in Canada are county-based. So to have an entire county have sirens going off where the tornado is going to be in one tiny little sliver of that county, that could be a little bit problematic. Which it kind of already is because, you know, Collingwood gets a tornado warning when there's a tornado going through Barrie. So I always use that example, but that's a pretty good example that I know because I'm actually in Barrie. And so if Collingwood's getting a tornado, Barrie gets a tornado warning. And if Barrie has a tornado, Collingwood gets a tornado warning. It's like an hour away. It's an hour drive away on a highway. So it's kind of painful. However, to clarify, and we've mentioned this a few times before, it's really, really, before it used to be important to read the details of the warnings. Now it's super duper important because Environment Canada has actually done something really cool, which we're going to leverage and actually change our images probably for next season, but something we're working on, where if you look in the details of the warning, look for the term locations impacted include, and they'll actually list every little town that is in the path. Well, not every little town, but they'll list a lot of towns and cities that are in the path of that storm. So in the case of like a tornado going through Barrie, for example, it would say Barrie, Stroud, Innisfil. It would talk about exactly where that storm path is. It wouldn't mention Collingwood. It wouldn't mention Oro or, you know, any communities to the north as well too. So so that's really, really important. When you're reading the Environment Canada details, read locations impacted include, and then you'll actually know if you're in the path or not. So that's pretty important. Super, super duper important. Definitely check that out when you're reading the warning details. Just rain and winds near Point Pelee, says Jason. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Just reading all your comments. Thank you so much. They're going pretty quickly. Thank you so much, Brandy. Appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Carol says everything dies down in Kitchener. It happens sometimes. Kitchener got a pretty good one this morning, though, I believe. From what folks were talking about. What about Listowel, says Brittany? Nothing currently, but storms are, of course, probably heading that way, I would think. A few thousand without power in Essex County, Teresa is reporting. Thank you, Teresa. Appreciate that. Yes. Barb says she's on the north end of Tobermory, and the radar says 6:30, but the wind is already picking up. I'm sure it's gonna be pretty nasty up there for sure. I gotta go take a look at that as well too. Also, right below that, TTV on YouTube says tornado hit Cottam, Ontario. That is possible. Again, you could have QLCS spin-ups down there, and we're getting some significant damage reports from that area. So that is possible that that Cottam had something significant hit that area. So that would be a problem. And we hope everybody's staying safe in that area because it is pretty intense here on the radar. Just trying to look at a few things, see if I can see any debris signatures. Cottam. Yeah, there is some debris signatures in that area. That's not good. That is not good. That might have been a bit off. Let's see here. It looked like significant winds on radar. I'm just checking a few different radars just to see if I can pick that up. I'm going to have to go back and analyze it later, but significant winds, definitely. And again, a potential for QLCS tornadoes with these storms. So, really hope everybody stayed safe. Just trying to check it out. Sarnia is about to get hit pretty hard with those storms. The strongest stuff might actually go north of Sarnia, but Sarnia is still going to be getting hit with pretty darn strong wind gusts. Trying to keep an eye on what's going on further to the north. I did want to keep a close eye on Sault Ste. Marie because it looks, I guess the strongest part of the storm is already past Sault Ste. Marie now, but it looks intense. That storm looked intense going over that area. So hopefully everybody stayed safe. I wouldn't be surprised if they had a spin up based on the intense radar there. Holy moly. And it's really, really strong values heading towards Dunn's Valley in Northeastern Ontario. That line is going to be heading towards Sudbury eventually. Manitoulin Island is about to get hammered with that. Ooh, there's rotation actually in Manitoulin Island right now. I'm not liking the look of that. Hold on, I gotta watch this closely. There is let's see here. Yeah, there is some rotation in Manitoulin Island right now. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a isolated tornado developing in that area. Let me see if I can check it out from US radar here. It doesn't look as strong on US radar. We have kind of a lack of radar in that area right now because the Brit radar is down at this point in time. So, and it's down for upgrades. So that's problematic. Upgrades are good. Upgrades today, not so good. Okay, so there's that. Everybody let me know what's happening to you in the comments. I'm going to scroll through the comments here. Pretty please. If you do see any trolls on YouTube or anything like that, we usually get a few of them. Let me know so we can give them the boot. But I think it's been pretty good lately. Aaron on Twitch says, I only see reflectivity on the IW app. Are there other views? So that's what we're working on. We're actually working on some pro radar stuff with velocity as well too. So we'll show that a few times here in the stream. And let's see here. Jesse said tornado in Hamilton. What? Jesse is commonly accurate, except there's no storms there right now. So I'm going to go ahead and say that is incorrect. Jesse, have you been hacked? I don't know what Jesse is talking about. I don't know why he would say that. There's literally no storms in Hamilton right now. So maybe he means there's potential for that, but there's literally no storms there right now. Is there going to be? Okay, well that's different than literally writing tornado in Hamilton. When you put those three words together, that worries me. So careful with that, please. I don't like seeing that. So no storm in Hamilton right now. Yeah, exactly. Hamilton's fine right now. Hamilton's good. Okay. Blue skies in Hamilton, says Liam. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Jesse. Oh, dear. Greater Sudbury, says Josie. Josee. Hopefully I pronounced it right. Yeah, those really strong storms heading potentially towards the Sudbury area up there. Yeah, there's going to be a few areas here that are going to be dealing with some significant weather. Someone said Wallaceburg. Tamara asked about Wallaceburg. Yeah. Yeah, I would think so. Really, really strong storms. Oh, I see. It happens, Jesse. Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. You kind of gave me a brief hiccup in my soul there for a second. Beautiful and Barry, says Lorraine. Yeah, I mean, we're dealing with, when you have a lot of sunshine and blue skies before severe weather, that's not a good thing. Often we hear, there's going to be severe weather, there's going to be bad weather, but it's so sunshiny and wonderful and warm here. When you have surface heating before severe weather, that is bad. That's not a good thing. It's a bad thing. So, yeah, something to take into account. extremely dark skies in Sarnia, says Kelly. Let me bring that comment up here. Kelly says, my mom is in Wallaceburg. She says it's getting scary, and she never says that. Yeah, that sky is... Let me see if I can pull up the Sarnia webcam here. Should actually be able to pull this up in the background. That sky is going to be probably pretty brutal. I would assume it's that is a strong line coming in right now. I'm going to see if I can pull up the Sarnia Airport webcam for you folks so you can see what they are seeing, because it looks dark. So let me do that right now here. If I bring up this should work. There we go. So this is looking west. So if I go back here, this is an hour ago. This is 40 minutes ago. 30 minutes got really dark. Then 20, 10, and that's the current image. So not as dark looking west, but those storms are coming in for sure. I wonder if we can, if I go back to west, let's see if I can go to an hour ago. Yeah, an hour ago was kind of a clear sky. And then you can see that shelf starting to push in, getting really dark. And then it's over the water right now. So that's why, or not over the water, but in Michigan. And it's kind of just towing the border. So that's going to get worse, I'm assuming. So this is the south view here. That's the current image. Yeah, so it got dark there for a bit. It's kind of lightening up, but yeah, definitely some strong. Someone's reporting some hail in Chatham, Kent, which makes sense. But yeah, that line is aggressive and it's moving into Sarnia, so doesn't look very friendly. Lots of damage reports in Michigan on that storm, and it is moving in right now, so it's not going to be very nice there, that's for sure. Could be potentially dangerous, and again, hope everybody's staying safe with these storms. And so that is from the Sarnia Airport there, NavCam, or NavCan, Nav Canada. Give them credit for that. Let's see here. Just trying to check radar here while we hang out. This is what we do. I'd be doing this regardless of the live stream. I'd be sitting here on my phone. I've been talking to the team. We've been watching radar very, very closely. I just figure it's better to do it live so that you know my thoughts before I even go to post a notification to everybody. You know immediately what I'm thinking before you even get a notification on your phone that says, you know, rotation or damaging winds or that type of thing. You know my thoughts instantly. So instant weather, instant live thought feedback. Storms starting to move into parts of southwestern Ontario now. Not seeing that much in the way of rotation on them, but torrential rain, maybe some hail in there, strong wind gusts. I'm looking kind of like north of Goderich, and there's a line moving towards Goderich as well too that we need to be watching closely. There's still that substantial line that is moving moved into Mitchell's Bay, Dresden, Wallaceburg. Really strong winds down by North Buxton on that line. That line is aggressive. Just trying to look at a few different radar sites to get a good idea. Pardon me just sitting here looking down at my phone, but that's what we do. But that line up north going into Manitoulin Island right now looks really strong. Really strong. So if any folks are up there watching, those storms are very strong. Heading east eventually towards Blind River, Elliott Lake, Gore Bay. Yeah, that line looks aggressive. So multiple aggressive lines here. Someone's also said rotation in Chatham, Kent. So there's that. Let me make sure we have the latest future radar on the app. If you're not able to subscribe to upgrade the future radar, then you can always just watch the live stream and I'll just show you here. But you may want to be able to watch yourself. But hey, if you can't, I'll just show you the 5-hour radar on the live stream. Why not? Okay, it has updated a little bit, so let's take a look at it. It does look different than it did before. Looks like storms will hang on a little bit further to the east. So let me bring that up as soon as the radar flips, which is right about now. So there's your current radar. Future radar is holding on to it pretty good. And let's see here. As you can see, the storms continue through the London area They may die out before they get to the GTA, so that it could be promising for those in that area. But we do see development up here along Lake Huron, and we'll be watching those storms for any rotation as well too. And again, that line that's up there in Manitoulin Island right now, heading towards, eventually, you see this line here, heading towards Sudbury. It's going to trim parts of Manitoulin Island, and very, very strong wind gusts up there as well too. Dangerous line of storms that we're dealing with here. Not the greatest. So, how's Barrie looking, says Jennifer. Barrie's looking cool. Amanda asked about Peterborough. Peterborough's looking fine. If future radar is correct, and let's cross our fingers that it is, it shows this line eventually, later towards this evening, potentially dying out before it gets to the GTA. So that would be a good thing, I would think. It's a lot of population there. That would be a good thing. So, Kelly says, what about Manitoulin and Sudbury? Yeah, so I just mentioned that line that is kind of near Manitoulin Island right now, heading towards Sudbury, looks pretty intense. So here are your current warnings that Brennan brought up on the screen. Thank you, Brennan. As you can see in red, we're dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings still in the Windsor, Leamington, Chatham, Sarnia areas. Grand Bend, Goderich, Kincardine is now under severe thunderstorm warning as well too. Manitoulin Island is covered. Sault Ste. Marie to Elliott Lake is covered, and it's very likely that those warnings will continue to push east with this line. Bree said she sent a photo of Sarnia. Bree, can you let me know where you sent it? Because we have a lot of pages, so let us know exactly where you sent that report. That would really, really help. If it was in like the inbox of Ontario Stormwatch, or if it was in the inbox of Instant Weather Ontario, etc., etc. That would really help. Thank you kindly. Cristiano says Sarnia is under storm. Cindy says raining in Sarnia now. Yeah, so it's starting to move into Sarnia area. Emma said that Ottawa had a warning. Should double check on that. We did post about minor rotation in that area earlier, so I should double check that as well too. We're not expecting anything crazy significant in the Eastern Ontario area, although some models have put some pretty nasty storms that way. So if those do manifest, we'll have to watch them closely. Shannon says anything for Barry's Bay. It doesn't look super duper likely. There might be some pop-ups in that area based on future radar, but it's a bit questionable. Hi, Lizzie. How we doing? Let's see here. Thank you, Rhonda, for continuing to post our app link. If you don't have our app, it's called Instant Weather. You can download it for free. Just go to the app store of your choice, whether that's the Apple App Store or Google Play if you're on an Android device, and type the words Instant Weather. You should see a logo that looks similar to this one with the I and the W, the white and blue, and download that. It is free. Thank you so much to those who have checked it out and those who are using it, and especially those who have upgraded the radar and removed ads with a subscription. Makes a huge difference. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Can't say enough how much I appreciate those who have done that. Helps pay for all those who are using the app for free, because ads do not make that much money. So yeah, really, really important that we have subscribers on the app, or else it wouldn't exist at all. So Dave Matthews says, take a look at the structure on the Hanover navcam. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I will go check it out right now, and we will see what the structure is looking like over there. Brennan's got the alerts up there. Oh, Brennan has updated the alert map to include the severe thunderstorm warnings that is over in Ottawa. He said warning was just issued for Ottawa. Yep, that's thank you for that information. Appreciate it. And Brennan has updated the map over there. And okay, yeah. Oh, actually, there's a kind of a hook and some rotation on that storm heading towards. Okay, I'm gonna post about rotation on that one. So give me just a second here. I have to post about rotation on the Ottawa storm. So that has to take priority over the navcam right now. So just as I was saying, maybe not something too significant over in the Ottawa area. Let's adjust that to, there's a rotating storm with a hook on it over in the Ottawa region right now. So yeah, that's something. So we're just going to post about that really quick. Give me just a second. The rotation is kind of broad, but it is still, it's got a hook on it. It's near Blakeney, 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 probably Blakeney. and north of Almonte, and it's moving to the east towards Carp, eventually towards Ottawa. So, yeah, that's interesting. I think our forecast map actually cut off the severe risk just before Ottawa, so might need to make a bit of a tweak on that one. But yeah, some models said there's going to be some storms that way, and some models said nothing too significant. But obviously, we are looking at some minor rotation right now, heading east, northeast towards the Ottawa area. So that is a bit of a concern at this point in time. I'm going to post another minor rotation update for that area. This is the second one I posted today for that region, so I have to watch that closely. Give me just a second here, and I will post about that. Minor rotation detected on the storm near BLAK. BLAKENEY. Blakeney. I'm sure there's people in the comments telling me I'm saying it right and or wrong. Okay, we have a storm spotter on that storm as well too right now. Moving east, northeast, potentially towards Ottawa, if it can hold together. Let's see here. That's 447, and I will post that right now to those folks in that area. Thank you to the nice lady in the comments who mentioned that. But we are seeing some minor rotation on that storm right now. So, let me just... Okay, I'm going to post that right now. 448. Oh, man. Got to adjust my time. There we go, 448. And make sure I've got that there. Minor rotation detected. And I'm going to notify all those in the path of that one right now. There we go. So if you are in the Ottawa region, you probably just got my notification. If you have our app or if you have our text message alert service, then you would get that. If you don't have our app or our text message alert service, you may want to do that. Tina said upgraded. Thank you so much, Tina. Sincerely appreciate it. All those who have upgraded to do upgrade radar on the app really make a huge difference. So thank you so much. I sincerely appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. I can't say enough how much I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you kindly. Just got it outside of Ottawa. Thank you so much, says Misty. Thank you kindly. What is expected for Woodstock, says Andy? That's a good question. This is a pretty strong line of storms, and Woodstock could be affected by some damaging wind gusts, maybe some hail, torrential rain, isolated flooding is possible. Frequent lightning is likely with any of these storms. Yeah, and so that, yeah, that's what you may be expecting with this. We'll have to be watching closely for some QLCS tornado development. We'll have to see what does happen. But it is possible that there is. Adriana says, what is the tornado potential? So we actually posted some of our forecasts. We mentioned that there is tornado potential with these storms in certain areas. And so that's what that means. It means there is potential for tornadoes to develop with these storms as they continue to track. Ashley says, how do you upgrade? So if you have our app, which is called Instant Weather, if you go to the very top left, actually, I'm literally using the app right here, so I'll show you. You press the little, you can't see the menu at the top. There's like 3 little lines. On the very top right of the app, there's a magnifying glass. Then there's our logo that says Instant Weather. And then at the very top left, sorry, at the very top right, it says that. The logo at the very top left, there's like 3 lines. Looks like an equal symbol with an extra line. If you press that, it opens up this menu. And then as you can see, one of the options says Upgrade Radar. Click that, go through the steps, choose one of the options, and then you'll be able to upgrade the radar. If for some reason you upgrade the radar and you don't get the 5-hour radar right away and the ads are still there, go back to that Upgrade Radar page, click Enable Restore Purchases. Enable and restore purchases. It's like a green button. Click that, restart the app, you'll be good to go. Pardon the extra step. We just had a report of some power outages as well too. Chad mentioned he tried to switch from one of the tiers to the other ones, we are actually going to be coming up with an app update that will allow you to upgrade your subscription if you choose one of the lower options. But it's actually kind of glitchy right now. It doesn't allow you. So if you choose like the $6 a year one, you can't just switch quickly to the $13 a year to get 15-minute intervals. But we will be adding an app update that will allow subscription upgrading as well too. So thank you, Chad, for your patience on that, and we will work on that feature as well too here. So let me see. Let me know if there is any spammers, and I'll give them the boot. Some people are complaining about some spammers on YouTube. It's always on YouTube. I don't know why. Like I love YouTube, but the YouTube comment thread can get a little interesting sometimes. So let us know if there is anybody spamming on YouTube, and I will give them the boot. And if you are spamming YouTube, please stop, because I'm going to give you the boot. Okay? Okay. Lee asks, there's Lee Trainer. How you doing, buddy? He says, Instant Weather Ontario, will these thunderstorms reach Eastern Ontario by this evening or overnight? So Future Radar is trying to break them down. As you can see, Future Radar shows them heading towards the GTA and then fizzling out, which is possible. But currently, there is actually a minorly rotating storm near Ottawa. So there is some non-supercell potential there. And so they could have maybe a little land spout tornado possibly. But there is some rotation as well. Marilyn says, upgrade. Thank you kindly. Miranda says, can I give him the boot? Mandy asked, what's the interval in a $6 option? So $6 a year, 50 cents a month, you get 30-minute intervals on the radar. Whereas at the $12.99 a year, so a little bit more than $1 per month, you get 15-minute intervals on the Future Radar. So a severe thunderstorm warning has ended. I have to double check where that is. Might be Essex County. That would make the most sense. Someone said in Sarnia there was funnel cloud forming. That's not good. Someone just reported that at 4:47. We're hearing of in Corunna. I think it's Corunna. I got in so much trouble last time for pronouncing it wrong. I really hope that I pronounced it right. But in Corunna, someone mentioned that there's blowing branches off trees and some garbage debris. So some debris flying around there right now. So tell me if I pronounce that right. Please let me know. Please tell me I pronounced that right. We got hammered in Essex, says Nikki. Bring her up her comment right here. She says, yes, we got hammered in Essex. Eek. Hope everybody's okay. Jane says, best app. Thank you so much, Jane. I appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Corona. Miranda, did I say it right? Heather says Corona, like the beer. Are you sure? Someone says I pronounced it right. That's correct. You pronounced Corona right. Someone said it's like run. That's what they said last time. It's like run. Corona? Did I say it right? Mark says upgraded. Thank you so much, Mark. Appreciate it. Appreciate you upgrading the app. Thank you so much. Really makes a big difference. Thank you kindly. I said it right. You did. You said it very right. I did it. I'm so proud of myself. That's the first time in my whole life that I've actually pronounced something properly. You got it. Well done, says Jessica. Thank you so much. I did it. I can sleep tonight because I pronounced Corona right the first time. That's right. Just trying to look at a few different things. So many screens to watch. So much to watch. Miranda said something here. What did she say? It already went flying past. She said, somebody keeps reporting, and that's all I could read, and then it bumped her comment way up. Can't find it. Miranda, can you mention that comment again, please, so I can see it? Pretty, please. Sent you a picture of a friend's Facebook of a tree down, sent on Messenger on IW. Thank you very much. Allison says, we were upgraded to a warning in Paisley a few minutes ago. Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, you know what? If you get upgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning or any alerts at all, whether they start or they end, put it in the comments, because I'm always reading the comments, and it's, this is like this awesome team effort we have. Someone keeps reporting funnel cloud in Sarnia, says Miranda. That's not good. Let me double check on that. Someone keeps reporting funnel cloud in Sarnia. I'm not seeing any rotation, but that doesn't mean there isn't the potential for a land spout or potential for a QLCS. But I'm not seeing any I'm not seeing any rotation on radar at this point in time. Nothing substantial standing out to me, but it's really hard to tell. It's pretty noisy, but there's definitely some pretty strong winds in that area. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's possible that there's a funnel. Winds are ended, said Brendan. Thank you very much. Glencoe has a warning. Thank you, Pat. So it says funnel clouds in Sarnia. Let's go take a look at that nav cam. I was going to look at that earlier. It looks pretty impressive. I have to remove a few things from our alert bar here. 1 second here. Essex County I want to get rid of. Minor rotation. Waba. Get rid of that Waba one. And what else? That's it. Okay. Let's go take a look at that. And we also have to check on Travis's stream as well too. That's what I always love to do, is have his stream up here so I can always see it. So I need to do that. I must do that. But let's take a look at the nav cam right now in Sarnia. Here's Sarnia. So that is looking south. This is looking west. Let's see if we can pick up what they were talking about here. That storm looked pretty nasty coming in. Holy. That is south. Let's go back and look. Oh, image not available. And there's the current. There's an hour ago, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10 minutes ago, and that's the current image. Maybe this is what they're talking about. I'm not really seeing a funnel on this. This is the sky looking east from Sarnia of that storm as it passed over. So like clear sky, super dark. Now it's like green. That doesn't look very nice. This is the Sarnia airport for those who are wondering. And this is looking north. So that was east and this is north. So north and then the storm passing by. So I'm not seeing anything as far as the funnel cloud is concerned on the nav cams, but you know, it's possible someone's catching something somewhere else. Maybe this is kind of what they're talking about, but it doesn't look super compelling. And I'm not seeing any significant rotation on radar. So it's possible that maybe it's some of this kind of scuddy stuff hanging down, I would think. Yeah, so I'm going to go back to make sure we have the latest future radar so we can see what the supercomputer is estimating with these storms. I want to go see what Travis is doing. We got to keep an eye on Ottawa. The significant storm moving over Manitoulin Island towards Elliott Lake is substantial. There's a lot going on here. Sometimes on these live streams, I'll play some songs. That's not going to happen right now because there's too much happening. Let me hit play so we can see what the latest future radar is. As you can see, it updates every time we change it. So is it going to keep trying to kill these storms? It still tries to destroy them right around 9 o'clock. We'll see. We'll see. We got to check in on Travis. Let me go see what he's doing. He's kind of north of Kitchener right now. And he is heading west for that line to come in. That line is getting a lot closer to the Lake Huron shoreline. That's interesting. Those storms look pretty strong over around Lake Huron. Looking pretty feisty. Not seeing anything too substantial just yet, but they could continue to strengthen. It is a pretty potent environment we're dealing with right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some weak spin-ups maybe, and of course we've already had damaging wind gust reports and that type of thing as well too. So again, I hope everybody is staying safe who is in the path of these storms. I really do. I really do hope that everybody. Amanda Lynn says there's a bad accident going westbound on the 401 after Shands Hill cut off. That's awful. Thank you for letting us know. I hope everybody's okay. It's something a lot of folks don't talk about is, you know, when there's traffic accidents, a lot of the time they don't get directly associated with these storms, but a lot of the time it's because of the storms, whether it's strong wind gusts, whether it's, zero visibility, and some people decide they want to slow down and some people decide they want to still go fast. And, we do have a lot of that happening. So, Melissa says land spouts, not Lance boats. Adam says, I hope Adam can sing. Maybe later tonight when things calm down. I like to sing as a celebration. Like when Sarnia had that tornado warning heading towards it from the U.S. and then it died on the doorstep of Sarnia and totally fizzled out. I sang like 5 songs that night because I was so excited. Someone asked the question, how does upgrading the app affect its functionality? So the only thing it does is remove ads from the app, and it changes your future radar from 2 intervals to 5 hours of future radar. And again, at the $13 a year price point, it gives you 15-minute intervals, which is actually what you're watching right now. So it does this to your radar. So you get to see not just that much, but you get to see how the future radar progresses into the evening hours. Again, we could just take past radar and move it the direction it's going. That would be a lot cheaper, be substantially cheaper. In fact, it would be basically free if we were to do that. But the problem is when you do that, you can't model, are the storms going to die out? Are the storms going to keep going? If you just take the past radar and you move it forward, like some apps, it's just going to say the storms are going to go right into the GTA. And is that going to happen? Future radar doesn't think so. Future radar thinks these storms are actually going to eventually die out towards this evening. That's important stuff. You want to know if the storms are going to fizzle out. And you also want to know if there's going to be storms popping up. We get so many comments that are like, how come your future radar shows storms developing, but I looked at this app and it doesn't show anything happening? Well, if they're just taking past radar and moving it forward, if there are no storms, you take no storms and you move no storms forward, there's going to be no storms in the future. But you have to have storm development in order to, visualize those. So that's why a high resolution worldwide updating supercomputer model like we're using right now is important. So hopefully that answers your question. That's how it upgrades. Hopefully everybody's okay in that accident. Andrew reported there are 5 to 7 MTO cameras in Sarnia too. Might want to check them out for the future. Thank you, Miranda. Yeah, there is actually, I have like a whole Google Maps of 1 million traffic cameras and all that kind of stuff around. Yeah, I do really like those airport cameras though. They're very easy to use, but yeah. Dana says, which is why IWO is my go-to app. Thank you so much, Dana. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Good lightning strike in Sarnia, says Anne. Thank you so much, Anne. Appreciate it. Carla says, any chance of the storm coming into the Cornwall area? Based on future radar, it doesn't look like it. It looks like Cornwall might get missed. Side note, we have like 2 more days of storms happening. Tomorrow is a possible severe and tornado risk for parts of southern Ontario again. And then Friday, maybe again, kind of more towards eastern Ontario, maybe like Niagara to eastern Ontario kind of looks like. But we'll see. Someone said, can I move the map slightly so they can see Sarnia? Yes, I can. Let me just do that real quick here. Let me take that off and I will bring this down so you can see. There's Sudbury, right at the very top. I know you can see all the emojis. Here, I'll bring it down even further. There we go. That should be better. Hopefully that's a little easier there. So there's Sudbury for you there. So future radar takes that storm, brings it towards Sudbury. Does it actually hit Sudbury? Some of it does. The future radar thinks that some of it does. So we'll see. We will see what happens. Miranda says, looks like the worst is over for Sarnia. Maybe we'll see a pop-up storm. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. What's the outlook for Thursday? Judy says, I have an outdoor event to attend in Paris, Ontario. So, Judy, what I would say right now, just for kind of the most, I would say for the most accurate stuff, if you do have our app, just jump into the hourly product and you can go all the way to Thursday, figure out exactly where your party is happening, punch that location into the app, whether it's the postal code or the address, and then look through the hourly and try to see how it's trending. And remember that updates. I think the hourly updates every single hour. So on our app, the hourly data updates every hour. A lot of apps that updates every 6 hours. So you just read the same data over and over again for 6 hours, waiting for the next update. Whereas ours updates every hour. So it's good to watch it. You go back to it and you say, is it still going to rain at 6 p.m.? Okay, it is. Is it still going to rain at 6 p.m.? It is. Is it still going to rain? And you just keep watching it and see how it trends. If it's more rain than not, then it's probably going to end up raining. You'll see. But yeah, hopefully that helps. Power flickers in North Goderich. I do want to watch that line closely. What else is happening here? Microburst like winds in Chatham. Someone's saying, excuse me, on the app report page here. That's not good. Hope everybody's staying safe in that area. This is a pretty nasty line of storms, as expected. Damaging wind gusts are definitely possible. I'm just looking at that Ottawa storm right now. There's still some minor rotation on it. I wonder if it's going to die out before it hits Ottawa. That would be optimal. It's heading towards Carp right now, east of Pakenham, heading towards Carp. But it might be getting weaker. So that's good to know. Good to know. Yeah, this... Oh, the Ottawa warning has ended, Brennan said, so that's good. Yeah, the warning in Ottawa ended. That's good to know. Brendan, do you want to bring up the latest alerts on the screen if you get a chance to update it? That would be cool. MVECCH on Twitch was saying, why aren't these systems cooling things down as they pass? Because it's hot. Not necessarily. I mean, if you have like a really strong cold front, that can cool things down. But it looks like we're just going to keep having storm energy for days and days and days. These things can't happen where we just kind of constantly we just bring back up the heat, bring back up the humidity, bring back up the CAPE, so the convective available potential energy. And when you have a lot of CAPE in the atmosphere and you pop some storms up in that atmosphere, then you're dealing with potential for severe weather. And if we have some wind shear as well, that's never a good thing. That's actually kind of a critical point. When we have wind shear, you can have a ton of CAPE, and you get these kind of pulse storms where they pop up and they have heavy rain and maybe some hail, and then they kind of fizzle out. But when we have a lot of wind shear, it can actually support the severe weather, and it can allow stretching, and that's when you start to get them reaching further towards the surface. You start to get interaction with the surface as far as strong wind gusts are concerned, and that's a problem. So here is the current alerts that Brendan has put up on the screen. So the Ottawa severe thunderstorm warning has ended. We still have our minor rotation update on that one. We're going to watch that closely and see if, as long as that storm continues to weaken, we will probably take that off of the app. Again, if you have our app, you got that notification. And if you don't, you might want to download our app. Chatham-Kent is still under severe thunderstorm warning. Sarnia still is. Again, the worst of it looks like it's moving east of Sarnia at this point in time. I don't think, it looks like St. Thomas is just on the edge, and London is just on the edge of the severe thunderstorm warning. They would be next in line for one to be issued, but they're under a severe thunderstorm watch at this point in time. We do have Goderich under a severe thunderstorm warning, Kincardine, that whole area. And there is Manitoulin Island still under a severe thunderstorm warning. Elliott Lake is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. And all the areas that you see in yellow are severe thunderstorm watch, which goes all the way to Barrie, Orillia, to North Bay. A watch means there's potential. A warning means you should take action. You should take shelter. So, yeah. So that is what is happening. Thank you, Brendan, for that. I appreciate it. Miranda says, how does Hamilton look? Still under severe thunderstorm warning. I think Hamilton is only under a severe thunderstorm watch. So watch means there's potential for storms, for severe thunderstorms. Warning means take action. So if you ever see these images that's like taco watch and there's a whole bunch of ingredients, and then there's a taco made and it says taco warning. So it's kind of it's kind of the idea. Ingredients is watch, storms happening is warning. So, yeah, so Hamilton's only under a severe thunderstorm watch at this point, I believe. I'm pretty sure. That's what it looks like, but I'm pretty darn sure. Is it? I think so. Brandon's going to verify right about now. I think you are. Oh, Teresa's going to verify. Yeah, I think, yeah. Bob says, because it's hot. That's about the best answer / non-answer you can give. the better best answer / non-answer would have been, because it's summer. It's not going to cool down. You know, when we start to get into fall, we get stronger cold fronts, and that can drop the temperature drastically. But it's not as simple as just it going from super duper hot to not. There's like a fruit fly flying around. It's driving me nuts. Okay. All those bananas I eat. Let's see here. Amanda Lynn says, another app shows some colorful spots going over Midland between 7 to 9. But on this radar, it'll dissipate before it reaches the area's opinion on what we could see this evening. I have a guess which app you're talking about, and I think it's one of those apps that takes past radar and then just moves it forward. And if that's the case, then, I mean, who knows? Tell me who's right. It's possible that they could continue stronger, you know. Feature radar is not perfect, and taking past radar and moving it forward is not perfect either. There's pros and cons to each version. I just think modeling kind of usually gives the better option there. As you can see here on Future Radar, there is some storms that go through Midland, so maybe they're not as colorful as the ones on the other app. But as you can see, it looks like there could be some isolated storms. Let me see if I can get my mouse on this right now. There could be some isolated storms up here where Midland is. So if you watch, let me wait till this cycles here a bit. So you see these storms that are moving up. They go kind of through Collingwood and Wasaga Beach, and they head over to Midland. So those little storms could possibly hit the Midland area around that point in time. But it does look like they're somewhat weakening a bit. Morgan says, this is a good question. She says, Adam, is there a better way to get a post reporting a touchdown to you? Many about touchdown in Cottam. Morgan, I mentioned it earlier. I did see folks mentioning that there was a possible touchdown in Cottam. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Cottam. Is there any other way to pronounce? I don't think so. A really good way is to send it to us through our app. So if you go to, and that's actually where I first saw it. So if you have our app, Instant Weather, and new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued, I wonder where that's for. Maybe London? Brennan? So if you do have our app, you can click the Report Weather button on the homepage. You'll see like live radar, and you'll see Report Weather. If you click that button, it's like a huge, extensive sheet. You don't have to fill everything out. Nothing is mandatory on there. If you just want to put like what you experienced, the location, submit report. You don't have to go through crazy. You don't have to like fill out like street intersection and all this kind of stuff. I mean, if it's a tornado report, street intersection is helpful. That's why we put it on there. But yeah, if you want to send us that report from Essex County, from Cottam, send it there. Or you can also email us, help@instantweather.ca. That's another way as well too. But yeah, if you have some photos and videos and that type of thing, you can also send it to our inbox. Our inbox gets pretty flooded, though, on Ontario Storm Watch and on Instant Weather Ontario. But yeah, hopefully that helps. Morgan says, perfect. Thank you. I have the app. You're very welcome. Thank you so much for the reports. Really hope everybody in Cottam is okay. We've heard reports of a possible touchdown there, or at least substantial wind damage. I didn't see anything too significant on radar as far as rotation is concerned, but these QLCS tornadoes and these land spout tornadoes, when they pop up, sometimes you can't even see them on radar. Like you can see there's a storm there, but to see that like classic rotation meso, kind of what we saw going through Barrie, that was just a classic supercell rotation. That's why we were able to notify everybody there. Yeah, for sure. Oh, it looks like we have a spammer on YouTube. Thank you, Anna. Appreciate that. Cooley Gamer. Yes, unfortunately, there's a lot of... There's a lot of folks. I don't know if he was spamming. I went back and looked at Cooley Gamer 3345. It says, Adam, why does Hamilton Ancaster have a tornado potential? That's a good question. I wonder if you're asking why the severe thunderstorm watch mentions a tornado risk in it. That might be why. I'm not sure if Brennan notified that area and said tornado potential. It is possible. Brennan is commenting right now in our private chat, so he will let me know. Reports of a tornado in Cottam in Essex County. Roof off and trailer flipped, says Michael. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. Default. has mentioned that. Wow, that's not good. Brennan's taking a look to see exactly who he notified with that. So it's possible that he notified. Oh, he's posted like 10 times. Oh, okay. If he asks the question over and over again, I'm not so against that. Because to clarify, this is kind of tricky to explain. It's actually not that tricky to explain. We're live on 8 different platforms, or at least 8 different channels. So we're live like on 4 or 5 different Facebook pages and groups. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. We're live on Twitter. So all of those comments, it's really cool. The platform that we're using, it takes all the comments from all those different platforms and it puts it into a nice big giant thing. So sometimes I'm reading a comment that you might not even be able to see. If I'm reading a comment on Facebook and you're on YouTube, you might not even see that comment and you're wondering, where is he reading this comment from? I see all of these different comments coming from all of these different platforms. So I actually didn't notice that he was spamming because there's so many other comments coming in. So yeah, I'm not super against people asking the same question over and over again. You know, people just like spamming characters and hitting enter a million times, that's a different story. But if you're just asking the same question over and over again, if it's a legitimate question, just to try to get my attention, I'm not entirely against that. So thank you, Anna. I appreciate that. So a Facebook user said, Hamilton is under a severe thunderstorm watch, which has the potential for tornadoes. No tornado warnings or watches. So maybe that's what they're asking about. Yes. So maybe that's potentially what they're asking about. Yeah. So, somebody posted something here. Roof ripped off house in Comber. Kyle 22 Woods on Twitter has a report there. So I'm going to bring that up. Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate that. I'm going to go take a look for that right now. I hope everybody is okay. That's definitely not good. So, yeah. Give me just a moment here. Let's see. Okay, give me just a moment. I'm seeing some trees down in Northern Ontario. Yeah, that Northern Ontario storm. Let me take a look at radar first, because I've been doing a lot of talking and not a lot of looking. So I just need to look at radar really quickly. Severe thunderstorm warning was issued for London. That was, yeah, that's the one we saw 5 minutes ago there. Give me just a moment and I will check what is occurring here. Still seeing some possible rotation going through parts of Manitoulin Island. There's some hefty duty storm activity there. Essentially some wind damage potential there. That's a concern. Doesn't look very friendly up that way. Hope everybody's staying safe. That line going through Northeastern Ontario looks pretty intense. We do see a roof off of a... We do see a roof off of a house here. Give me a second. Just want to double check on that. I will try to load it up on the stream here. Thank you, Teresa, for finding that. I believe it was Kyle Woods on Twitter who posted that. Okay. Oh, thank you, Teresa, for that link. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much, much obliged. I will see if I can pull that up here on the stream for everybody to see. I really hope everybody is okay. Near Comber. Yeah, roof ripped off. Whoa, that's not good. Let's see if we can pull those photos up here. I'm going to flip over to that right now. Give me 1 second. That's a little zoomed in. And for some reason that has the H&H overlay. There we go. Whoa, that's not good. That's a roof ripped off of a house near Comber. It says minimal damage nearby, which means very isolated damage. That's not good. That could be tornadic. This is from, to clarify, this is from Kyle22 Woods on Twitter. You can check him out at Kyle22 Woods is his Twitter account. And these are his photos here of the damage. But as you can see, not much damage nearby, but then you have a roof torn off of a house. So that is not good at all. Eek. Somebody's saying it seems like a tornado may have swept through St. Joe's Island. There are massive trees down. One is completely out of the ground, roots and all, says Morgan Turco on Facebook. She posted that in the comments as well too. So that's not good. Yeah, that's not good at all. Hope everybody's staying safe. Let me make sure I have the latest future radar. I will throw that back up on the live stream. Make sure everybody can see. This is turning into more of a long squall all the way from Bruce Peninsula down to Lake Erie. Yeah, looks like the NAM model is on the ball here. Look at that squall. Yeah, that squall goes all the way, damaging wind risk on pretty much this entire line. This is a problem. This is a problem. There's going to be some really strong wind gusts all the way from like Bruce Peninsula, Sauble Beach, down to, it just keeps going all the way down. Yeah, that is a strong, strong line. I really hope everybody's okay. Teresa, can you send that to the NTP chat, please? Thank you. That report. Thank you so much. And I'm sure they already saw Kyle's report. I'm pretty sure they saw that because it looks like he tagged them on Twitter. But please let the NTP know about that St. Joe's Island. I'm not sure exactly where St. Joe's Island is, but please let us know. And again, hope everybody's staying safe with these storms. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. This is pretty intense. I really hope everybody's staying safe. Those storms in Northeastern Ontario look bananas. Never want to see roofs ripped off houses. You never want to see trees coming down and causing substantial damage. All of that is bad, and I really, really hope everybody's okay. Roofs and trees can be replaced. People cannot. So really hope everybody's heeding the warnings and getting to safe locations and staying safe in the path of these storms, because they're obviously quite significant and quite dangerous. And it's only 5:24 p.m., so we're kind of just getting started. Future radar showing the development continuing. Actually, it looks even stronger now. Someone was mentioning Midland earlier. Every future radar update goes a little bit further east. Is anybody noticing that besides me? So if you look at if you have the 5-hour future radar, yeah, it might be a late night. It's possible, Dana. If you notice, every time I've updated the future radar, it kind of died off just before the GTA. Now it's stretching a little bit further into the GTA. Every single future radar, the model is pushing that line a little bit further east before it tapers off. It's trying its best to taper it off right around the GTA, right around 9 or 10 o'clock. So we'll see if that holds, but maybe it'll push. Maybe it'll keep pushing east. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. CAIO, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Kaio or Ko? Sorry if I got it wrong. I'm about to sneeze, by the way, so we'll see what happens there. Says, I've never seen so many warnings in the app as today. Yeah, we've posted a few different things, because we don't just post the Environment Canada alerts, but we also sometimes post our own stuff to say that we're live streaming, or to say that there's a forecast for you to check out. At times we post stuff like rotation detected in advance of tornadoes affecting areas, minor rotation, these types of things as well too. So we put out a lot of stuff in addition to what is already out there. So yeah, so today there's probably quite a few. Janet says trees are down in Sarnia. Eek. Hope everybody's okay. That storm looked pretty darn strong. Okay. Cooley Gamer is gone. Starting to say some things that you shouldn't. And gotta let him go. Him or her go. I'm not sure who it was, but bye-bye. So maybe as these folks get more mature, maybe they can come back. But at this point in time, removed. Okay, Tara says, downloaded the app. It's great for info for your specific area. Thank you so much, Tara. I appreciate it. Or Tara. I think it's Tara. Hopefully I got it right. Aggie says, St. Joe's Island is near Sault Ste. Marie. Yeah, that area, like, those are dangerous storms up there. I really hope everybody stayed safe because that area is intense. And it's just continuing to be intense as it moves to the east. So, Lori says, buy it. So worth it. It's the best $13 a year you'll spend, and you're supporting safety and small business. I love it. Thank you so much, Lori. I appreciate it. For those who don't know what she's talking about upgrading the radar on our free app, Instant Weather, but you can also upgrade the radar to get 5 hours of future radar. The $13 a year version gives you, it's like the top one, and it gives you 15-minute intervals on that 5-hour future radar. So thank you so much, Lori. I appreciate that. I don't know if it's the best $13 to spend in a year. I mean, like a Wendy's combo is pretty good. Especially if you get like a little Frosty, and then you take the fries and like dip it in the frost. I don't know if anybody does that. That might be like, you might be thinking I'm losing it, but if you do dip the fries into a Frosty, it can be actually quite delicious. So I just wanted to point that out there. 7,000 people without power in Essex County. 1.1K without power in Algoma, says Teresa. That's not good. Brennan says, I'm officially canceled because I dipped my French fries into the Frosty. This is a Wendy's Frosty. This is different. This is not like a milkshake from McDonald's. You know what I mean? This is a Wendy's Frosty, so it's kind of like ice cream. You can like turn it upside down. It doesn't go anywhere. I'm just saying. The salty... Anyways, let's not talk about it. Everybody's going to get hungry. Maybe I'm getting hungry. Fries and a Frosty is a must, says Shay. See, we've got confirmation. Confirmation that I'm not the only lunatic that does fries and a Frosty. I do, says Ashley. See? That's right. That's right. Justine says, LOL, canceled. Yeah, Brennan says I'm canceled for that. Okay, let's see here. Mickey says, I wish you'd read messages and be serious. Me too. Let's see what else here. Alexa says, winds picking up in Delhi. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I try to add a little bit of humor in with the misery that we're dealing with these dangerous, severe storms. And hopefully that doesn't upset too many of you. But it can't all be doom gloom. It needs to be a little bit of satire at times. Fries belong in Frosty, says Brittany. Yep, see, that's good. No power in Sherwood, says Jackie Summers. Thank you, Jackie. Appreciate that. Shannon Cole says, will the storms in Barrie die out? It is possible. Oh, somebody mentioned to check out Travis's stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let's go see what he's doing. He's getting closer to that line of storms, and I'm just seeing a loading wheel right now. So I will see what's happening. Sandra says, humor helps with the nerve. Oh, there goes my starting to get the gray screens. Sandra says, humor helps nerves, or helps with nerves. It helps me. Thank you so much, Sandra. I appreciate that. Thank you kindly. It's hitting Hanover now, says Alicia. I should go look. Actually, I should go look at the Hanover cameras right now. Let's see here. Let's see. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. We need to add. I have like so many locations on our app saved. We need to add where that is. It would be really nice if it said severe thunderstorm warning was issued and it let you know where it is. I swear it used to do that. I don't know what happened, but we need to adjust that. It's kind of silly. If you only have like 3 locations, it's not so bad because you're like, oh, it's been issued, and you just go swipe between your 3 locations to see which one got it. But for me and for Brennan and for maybe others as well too, I have like 75 locations saved in our app, so it would be really useful if it said who got the alert. Brennan says, nah, I can see it. You can see it. What? When you get, oh, because you're talking, you look through your actual notifications. Yes. You close the app. Exactly. He's got the app closed, and then he gets the alert bar. But if you have the app open and it's nice, it would be nice to see it there too. But that's pretty smart, Brennan. I see what you're saying. To get the notification. So he's got it. Then he goes back into the app to read the details, then goes back out of the app so he can see who got it. He's got skills. He's got hack skills. The lightning is playing havoc with the system. Multiple outages and 2,000 people in South Sarnia. Reports of down lines. Stay far away from any wires. Low on the ground. We have crews responding. Stay safe, guys, says Scott Dillon in the comments. Thank you very much, Scott. I appreciate that. Mickey says, you read my message, but living in Barrie, I have reason to worry and wonder if anything will be headed our way. Never meant to be rude, smiley face. No, it's all good, Mickey. I appreciate it. You know, it's when we're dealing with dangerous storms, you know, obviously we do have to be serious. And by we, I mean I. There's a lot of times where I get unserious. Is that a word? I'm not sure. Side note, I live in Barrie. So if I'm not worried right now, I wouldn't be worried. These storms will head towards Barrie at some point in time. I will be watching very closely, again, because I literally live in Barrie. I don't live in the south end of Barrie. I live in the north end of Barrie, but nevertheless, I'll be watching closely. So, yeah, of course, I was watching closely on July 15th. I don't know if you saw our live stream that day. We were watching very, very closely, and thankfully, we were able to get a notification out pretty early to those folks in the area before it occurred. So that was quite useful, I hope. And yeah, and I appreciate the feedback. Really strong winds now east of Grand Bend, heading towards Dashwood. Very strong winds on radar there. That's a problem. If you're in Dashwood, if you're in Huron Park, Exeter, there is strong winds on that line moving towards you right now. Some pretty darn strong winds up by Paisley as well too, and heading towards Desborough, maybe towards Chatsworth, Chelsea, Williamsford. So there's that. Yeah, that Dashwood storm looks pretty strong. Some pretty strong winds on that. I think I'm going to notify that right now. Just want to take a look at Northeastern Ontario. That line is bananas. Yeah, Manitoulin Island's getting some strong winds right now. Yeah, it's a problem up there. It is a problem. Strong winds heading through the Elliott Lake area. We've heard of significant damage reports, and that line is heading towards Sudbury as well, eventually. Not there yet, but it is eventually heading towards Sudbury, so we're going to have to watch that closely. Tyler says rotation northwest of Walters Falls. Check velocity 1, says Tyler Johnson. Walters Falls. Isn't that near Chatsworth? I'm looking at velocity. Are you looking at King City, Tyler, or are you looking at Exeter? Because Exeter looks like some strong winds, but it's hard to really truly say it's rotation just yet. There's something going on, but it's not very well defined rotation. Just some really strong wind in there at this point in time. But yeah, I appreciate you giving us the heads up. I'll definitely be watching that line. But right now, the focus, Dashwood, east of Grand Bend. Dashwood, really strong wind gusts moving into that area. Heading towards Exeter, heading towards Huron Park, Kirkton eventually. That is a problem. Oh, sorry, Mickey, I still have your message up here. And it's all good. No worries. No worries. Oh, did the video go out, Jennifer? Yeah, sometimes my video goes gray. I'm going to be upgrading my computer. I have like the same computer I've had since, I don't know. It's liquid cooled and it's an i7, but it's like an i7 4770K. So it's pretty old. Matt says funnel cloud west of Vanastra. Where the heck is Vanastra? Vannastra. Vannastra, Ontario. Municipality in Ontario. Where is it? East Huron. This is south of Clinton he's talking about, and he's reporting a possible funnel cloud from that area. Let me just double check. Banastra, Clinton, possible funnel cloud on that storm. Interesting. I see where it is, Vanastra. Possible funnel cloud. Yeah, there is some really minor rotation over on that line near Seaforth right now. Oh, I see. If you animate the radar, you can kind of see it curling. Oh, maybe a little bit of a bookend vortex kind of developing here. But it certainly is starting to rotate a bit on that line. Thank you for that heads up. I think I'm going to post minor rotation on that one because based on that report and based on and based on the fact that I'm seeing some minor rotation on radar. Thank you so much for that, Matt. I appreciate it. Yeah, bookend vortex, says Jordan, with a little musical note. Bookend vortex. I do want to post minor rotation on that line. We'll see. I'm going to do that right now. Give me a second here. Where is that? Trying to look at a whole bunch of different reports at the same time. Give me just a second here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go minor on that. It's pretty minor. That line, that storm line is pretty intense though. But the whole line's trying to curl the other way. Oh, there is some cell merging going on, so maybe that's part of it. Let me look a little higher up in the storm. Tilt 2. You know what? Someone was asking if they could actually look at this velocity, and we can. So, but I do want to post a minor rotation first. Okay, focus, Adam. I can do this. I can do this. I want to mention... I don't have a photo from Matt. Matt, if you do have that... if you do have a photo of that funnel cloud and you can send it to us, maybe email it to us, help@instantweather.ca. If you have a photo of a funnel, that email is usually reserved for tech support. But in this case, if you have a photo of a funnel, then email it to us, and we'll take a look at that. I'm not going to mention until I actually have the funnel cloud photo. Rotation is on the weak side, so I'm just going to post minor rotation on that storm, and then I'll wait to see if we have anything further. So there's Vanastra. Okay, one second here. I see the storm now. Okay. Oh, that line. Holy moly. I'm going to put out a pretty big polygon here mentioning the minor rotation. It's a pretty big line, and it's a very dynamic line. By dynamic, I mean it's continually evolving and shifting and... Yeah, I agree, Brennan. Let's hope this winds are not strong enough to take out the Exeter radar. That would be bad. Always a concern. That would be brutal. So hopefully not. Hopefully not. Let me jump in the comments here and just see if I got anything else from Matt. Dave Matthews Dave Matthews said all of Manitoulin Island without power. That's not good. Kelly says, where are you located? I'm in Barrie. Sorry, I'm just trying to look. Dark Angel said, love streaming this channel in the background when I'm working. Awesome. Thanks so much. Thanks for hanging out with us. trying to look see if Matt sent anything else about the possible funnel cloud report. Large tree limb blocking a road in Dresden, says Joyce. Eek. Hope everybody's okay. Hope everybody is all right. Stephanie asked about Dashwood. Yeah, there's some really strong winds heading your way right now. So if you're in Dashwood, that's a pretty nasty storm heading your way right now. Strong wind gusts. Dana says Exeter has rotation. Thank you. Just looking to see if Matt sent another report. I'm not seeing anything else. London is getting a little dark and creepy, says Kathy. Thank you very much. Rosanna says, tell Mother Nature to chill out. I don't control Mother Nature, unfortunately. Fortunately, I don't. DK Bowman says, appreciate the messages the app sends. How bad will it get in Hanover? I do want to take a little look at Hanover. Brendan, where is Mark? Where did he take that photo? I wonder if he's on that line just south of Van Astra. What is he calling it? One second here. I'm going to pull that up. Just a second. I want to double check this. We're talking about Mark Robinson from the Weather Network. He is in Van Astra, Hensall. I want to see what he is looking at with that storm. Said funnel type appendage, but it's looking pretty weak and benign on his video. Looks like just some low-hanging scud. He said funnel type appendage, but it looks like it's pretty relaxed. So I'm going to hang off on that minor rotation because radar is just not really showing anything too specific. Besides these really strong winds, they're actually east of Dashwood now, for the nice lady who was asking about Dashwood. The strongest part of those winds is now moving east of Dashwood, so they're heading towards Exeter. Yeah, it's pretty strong winds on that line. There's some strong winds again. We had some this morning, but heading towards Port Stanley and Port Burwell, Union. It's like the exact same path that the strong winds took this morning. Yeah, heading right towards Port Stanley. Let's see. Yeah, they're getting pretty strong. If you're in Port Stanley, Sparta, Union, Port Bruce, some pretty strong. Yeah, actually, they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for that area, which is good. On the ball. I like that. I like that. That's what I like to see. That's what I want to see. I want to be like, that storm looks strong. Bzz, severe thunderstorm warning. That is what I like to see. EC on the ball. Liking it. Liking it. Sarah says, any updates for Manitoulin Island? It looks nasty up there. Radar looks intense up there, and we're hearing no power in Manitoulin Island right now. And the storm looks strong. That line is going to eventually get towards Sudbury, and it looks really strong on radar. Really strong, really nasty storm. Damaging wind gusts are likely. There's some embedded rotation in there, but there's so much noise, it's really hard to decipher it. I can't really point to one item and say this is rotation. It just looks like a bunch of conflicting winds. Yeah, Manitoulin Island looks brutal, and that storm's going to continue east, and it's going to head towards areas like, so it's already heading into Spanish. That's going to go towards Massey, Sagamok, Espanola, Whitefish, and eventually towards Sudbury. So that area is a problem. Sudbury's a little bit in a peculiar spot right now. because the Brit radar is down, and it will be down indefinitely until it gets replaced in a few months by a brand new radar that's going up. So hooray, brand new radar. Radar down on a day like today. So Linda says, what are you drinking today? I'm just some Orange Crush. What's that song by REM? I got my spine, got my Orange Crush. Dun, 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 on me. I've got, and I'm also drinking water. Sudbury could be strong, Louise. I don't have really good eyes. I don't have good eyes on Sudbury as far as radar is concerned. Natasha says, can you refresh the radar? I can. I can do that. Hold on. Let's go take a look at Travis. We haven't really been watching Travis too much, but he's getting closer and closer to this storm line. And let's go see what Travis is doing here. Give me a sec. This is Travis Farncombe from Highways and Hailstones here. And let me get that banner off. There we go. And see what he is tracking right now. Well, that was weird. He's having a little connection issue maybe there. He is northwest of Elmira with that storm line coming in. Having some weird cuts in his live stream. Oh, Brendan's drinking the cream soda version of the Crush, which is great. We are not sponsored by Crush yet. I don't know. So this is Travis Farncombe from highwaysandhailstones.com, experienced storm chaser who chases all over North America, and he is currently northwest of Elmira, and he is tracking this storm line, currently parked on a side road somewhere, northwest of Elmira, as you can see. And let's see here. Yeah, he's on line 86, hanging out, watching that storm line come in. Their radar's a little bit slower than where it should be. Let me just pull this up. Give me a second. Hanover looks pretty nasty on radar there. Oh my goodness. Holy, radar is busy. He's got a pretty interesting view there. I'm gonna keep that open. I'm gonna keep an eye on his stream. I did want to bring it over to this computer though, so that I always have it no matter what I'm doing. So hold on, let me do that really quick. I did that last time and I loved it, but I don't have it this time. One sec here. I want to make sure I've got that up so I can always see what Travis is doing. Give me a second here. Better log in quickly before they've had some connections issues before on their website where too many people jumped into it, and then I was not able to get the live stream anymore. But I think maybe they fixed it, which is good. Hopefully. Okay, I've got his live stream up on my other laptop here, and I'm going to make sure I'm always watching that. Always have that available, which is good. What about Myra, says Kelsey? Myra's fine-ish, but as you can see, there's a storm heading your way that Travis is watching closely. I'm going to make sure I have his live stream open always. Let me just back this up here. Yeah, that Manitoulin Island storm is aggressive. It is not a friendly-looking storm. I want to show you what the latest radar looks like, though, because it's something. Give me just a moment here. Yeah, we're getting kind of a spinny wheel on Travis's live stream here, so probably running into some connection issues. Let's take a look at our radar again here, so you can see this is the current radar on our app. Instant weather. I mean, look at these storms from what's happening around Lake Erie, moving towards areas kind of southeast of St. Thomas right now. What's also happening in southwestern Ontario looks pretty intense, and what's happening over Manitoulin Island and Elliott Lake moving east towards Sudbury. It's busy. Let's look into the future. We have a button that will take us into the future. Let's see where these storms are going. Are they going to maintain to Barrie? Oh, they might. Looks like they may. See, every single update is pushing it a little further east. Now it's actually reaching the GTA by this evening. that's happening. So there's that. Let me jump into the comments here. Is it live right now, says Evan. Can you clarify what you're referring to? Maybe the radar? This is past and future radar, as you can tell. If you see the time above my head, it's counting into the future past where we are right now. Right now, it's 5:51 p.m., Wednesday, August 11th, 2021. If you're watching the stream 3 days from now because Facebook randomly notified you, you just figured out that this is not current. I'm talking to people in the future. That's right. Not only do we have future radar, we have future time discussions. Nick says velocity radar. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. I'll keep an eye on Travis's stream. I've got it right here. I can always see it. I can always watch it. But I'm going to jump into the current. This is a radar product that we are working on. It is not available yet. The plan is future time discussions. Someone's laughing. Future combo, says Lizzie. The plan is to get this into the existing app with an update. That's the plan. Is it going to work? I don't know. We're going to find out. But this is currently a website. We actually built raw radar data into a website. I don't think it has ever been done before. This is actually a pretty groundbreaking thing we did. But here is the current storms right now from the Exeter radar station. Is that a hook near Exeter? It looks like a hook. Hold on a minute. That might be a hook. Uh-oh. I got that REM song stuck in my head. Follow me, don't follow me. I've got my spine, got my orange crush. It looks like a hook, but there's not much going on velocity. However, it's really, really, really close to the radar station, which can make it tricky to get a good read on it. Kind of looks like a hook. But velocity doesn't really show much. I know there's spotters on that. It's probably being messed up due to how it's closest to the radar. Yeah, I know, but you can usually go to like tilt 4 and try to get a view on it. Yeah, it kind of looks like a hook there, as you're seeing right now. This is, again, this is a radar product that is not available yet, but will be at some point in time. Something we are working on. It's hard to read these city names because we have this so bright. So I am going to switch the opacity to 50%, and then you might be able to read the city names a bit better. Let me know if that's a bit easier for you to read. If you're watching this stream and you're holding your phone vertically, turn your phone sideways and it will fill the whole screen and life will be better. It'll immediately be better. Yeah, so that's the hook I'm talking about right here. A little bit of a hook on that storm. Really hard to tell what it's doing. Even if I go to like tilt 4. So let's take a look at velocity. So what velocity is and what we're talking about here. So this is reflectivity radar. This shows you the rain. It shows the intensity of the precipitation. When it gets to purple, like you can see up here near Beechwood and St. Columban, Dublin, you can see little pockets of purple. That's talking about probably hail. Red means torrential downpours. Yellow means heavy rain. Green means, you know, lighter rain, and blue is like light rain. But when we go to velocity, we are looking at the wind. So this will be a whole different look to this radar. Now we're in velocity. So now we're comparing the wind data. Blue is going one direction. Red is going the other direction on this particular color table that we're using, which is actually the same color table they use at Environment Canada. So we actually have Environment Canada's internal color table for velocity, which is kind of cool. So we actually get to see, you know, what an Environment Canada meteorologist is looking at when they're looking at radar. So that's kind of useful. See it through their eyes. And yeah, we really want to keep an eye on that storm. So where exactly? Let's go back and see. We're going to add some really cool stuff this too. This is going to be sweet. You're going to be able to like swipe. Or going to be like a little thing here. You can swipe back and forth between the velocity and the reflectivity. That's the plan. Again, this is the plan. The plan is you'll be able to swipe between them. On some other apps, you can have like split screen. We might do that as well too, where you can have like velocity on one side and reflectivity on the other side. But I like the idea of you have the reflectivity right here and you can just swipe and see the velocity and then swipe and see the reflectivity. I think that's going to be super useful. So that's something we're working on, which is kind of fun. Again, it's not available yet, but we're working hard on it. So thank you for your patience with it. Interesting. Okay, so let's just zoom in on the hook so we can really see. Here's the hook, or here's what kind of looks like a hook on reflectivity radar. And remember, it was right here. Does not seeing anything for rotation. If we saw the red mixing in with the blue here, that would be a little bit more indicative of rotation, but we are not seeing that right now. So if I go back to reflectivity, what if I go to correlation coefficient? That's right, we're getting deep. CC, we like to call it. If we go to correlation coefficient, it is a noisy mess because it's so close to radar. So that's not helpful. That didn't help at all. So we're just, see how the storm kind of got swallowed into the radar? It's because it's too close to the radar. Ooh, it's starting to get kind of a tail on it right here. And that's going to be interesting as it starts to move out. That storm's right on top of Exeter right now. Really close to Exeter. Let me go higher up in the storm. Let's go to 0.8. See, it starts to come back as the rate, because the different tilts is like, so 0.4 was like as close to the ground as possible, and then 0.8, the radar is facing this way, and now we're at 1.2. My angles are clearly, it's probably like more like that, but you know, it's starting to look further and further up into the storm. And let's go to the highest one we have here, which is 1.6. And the storm magically appeared again because now the radar is pointing higher up into the sky. Let's go take a look at velocity and see if we can see anything here. Interesting. It's really close to the radar, so this is really hard to decipher. When storms get too close to the radar, it is problematic. It's really hard to see what's happening. Kind of looks like there's a tail on the storm, though. But it's next to impossible to tell what's happening. Oh, Teresa's showing some numbers on power outages right now. I think Manitoulin Island is leading the way. Which is possible. Okay, looking into the severe thunderstorm warning, Aaron says for KW right now. Thank you very much for Kitchener-Waterloo. Chris says King City may show it. Yeah, I was looking at King City, but it wasn't showing anything too spectacular. These are all strong winds here on this whole line of storms that goes all the way up. We need to be watching these closely, actually. There's so much to watch. Oh, my goodness. Got to watch these closely. I do want to take a look at the radar near Sault Ste. Marie so we can see this line. This is that line I'm talking about over Manitoulin Island. These winds are strong. Let me animate this. See if it'll go. Yep. Yeah, so there's pockets of rotation in there. Really, really noisy, but this whole line is causing, we've had significant wind damage from this line moving east, heading towards, potentially towards the Sudbury areas. So we're watching that very closely right now. This is velocity, but it's super noisy and folded. It's almost useless, but these are the storms right now heading through Sudbury area, but this is that big nasty line that's heading that way as well too. So it's heading your way. If you are in Northeastern Ontario, anywhere from Massey to Greater Sudbury, this whole area, that storm is going to be, it's going to be pretty brutal. And if you go to click on Brit Radar, it doesn't work. And the reason being, it's down. So, and it's down because it's being upgraded. It's down to go up. Let's take a look at that Owen Sound storm here. What's Owen Sound doing? Chatsworth? What is this? Hold on. I like to take a closer look on my phone. Come on, King. What is going on near Chatsworth? Yeah, it looks pretty weak. Kind of pops out in this color table. I'm looking just at a different color table on my phone right now, and it looks weaker, not as impressive, but we're going to have to watch that. Wonder what tilt 2 is doing here. Chatsworth, the folks in Chatsworth always have their ears peeled lately after what happened earlier this year, where they had, I believe it was an EF1 tornado touchdown just on the, I believe, the east side of town, if I'm not mistaken. So, there's very strong rotation over Lake Erie, but I think it's actually heading into Ohio. Maybe. Maybe not. It might actually be going northeast. Brendan, take a look at Exeter over Lake Erie right now. This, what I'm talking about, is quite south of shore. It's south of Port Burwell, but it's like closer to the Cleveland side of the border. He's been watching it, yeah. Yeah, it looks pretty strong. I wonder how it looks. The severe thunderstorm warning for London, I believe, just ended. And for Lambton Shores ended as well, too. That's good news. Cleveland, it looks a little bit differently. Yeah, it's probably a waterspout. Yeah, that's right. I think so. Looks like there's a possible waterspout over Lake Erie. And it is kind of tracking to the northeast. I wonder if it's going to reach Ontario or if it's going to just hang. We'll see. We'll see. Getting reports from Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate the reports. So many reports. Oh, dear. Okay, so, yeah. So there's that. Thanks for everybody who's hanging out with us. I get a grand total number, which is all 8 pages that we're live streaming to, and there's quite a few folks that are hanging out. So I sincerely appreciate that. Thank you kindly for hanging out. Actually, you know what I could do is show you what I'm talking about. How about that? How about I use my showing skills? That's right, showing skills. So what's happening? Let's take a look at that rotation I'm talking about. Look at this. This is what looks like a bookend vortex. Bookend vortex. Do. Strong rotation right here. This is strong rotation over Lake Erie. And where is it going? Is it going into Ohio? Is it going into New York State? Or is it going towards Ontario? Let's hit play and see what it's doing. It's right here. You can see it right about there. It strengthens and it continues. And which way is it going? It looks like it's going towards Ohio, or is that New York State? Where does it switch? I think it's right here. That's the border right there. Maybe? Or is that just a county? I don't know. It might be heading towards Ohio or New York State. Brennan says, Adam wants to test my muting skills today. Probably referring to my bookend vortex singing. Brennan. What's going on with Travis here? I'm trying to see what his stream's doing. He's driving through the rain right now. Okay, let's take a look at this, because this usually makes a little bit more sense. You see this whole thing coming together, and it's got a little bit of a... It really squishes together. It's like a merging cell, and then it has rotation as it got stronger. Alana says, do it. Mute him. Amber says, take a look at King City. Amber teams on border of Pennsylvania and New York. Oh, thank you. Adriana says, Manitoulin Island update, please, Adam. There's nothing else I can say for Manitoulin Island. It's getting out of radar range right now. There's nothing else I can say. That's a big, nasty storm, and it's going to be pushing east of Manitoulin Island pretty soon. I don't really have any more information. It would be nice if we had Brit radar up, but we don't. So there's not much more I can say for Manitoulin Island right now. It's basically what I told you. Strong storm, damaging wind gusts going through. Caroline says, can we cover Northern Ontario? We do. And I just did. We talked about Manitoulin Island. We talked about Sudbury. We talked about Elliott Lake area, those areas, right? So we'll definitely touch on that again. There's a lot to cover. A lot. Kelly says, Barrie, please. It looked like the storms were going to be weakening before Barrie, but now future radar is actually showing them kind of hanging out until they get to Barrie. So Barrie might see a storm. Is it going to be super severe? It's questionable. Is there a chance for severe? Yes. But is Barrie going to be significantly severe, such as our forecast map said? It's hard to say. I'm thinking maybe not, but that line looks pretty strong still, so we'll have to see. Let's go take a look at the latest future radar, and you'll be able to see where that Manitoulin storm is heading. There is some strong storms over Lake Huron that are kind of moving into Manitoulin Island as well, too, for those in Manitoulin Island who wanted to know that. Thank you, Brent. CASRF, I mean, in Northeastern Ontario. Yeah, there is some pretty strong storms up there. Oh, you mean further up. Okay, I'll check that out as well, too. I'm going to flip back here. Let me just do it quickly. Back to, let me zoom this out so we get a nice big swath. Yeah, all the way up to Northern Ontario there. This is a pretty wide, as you can see, it goes all the way out. Let me just zoom this in a little bit. Maybe try to get a few more city names on there, like Kingston, Ottawa. Okay, this is pretty zoomed out. This is pretty more zoomed out than we normally go, but I'll hit play. Looks like those storms are going to continue strong, maybe still towards Barrie. It shows them kind of tapering off as they get towards Barrie. But every single future radar update we have shows those storms pushing further and further east. Somebody emailed me pictures from Cottam. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'll go check that out right now. Excuse me. I hope everybody's safe in Cottam because possible tornado, possible downburst. Most folks get disappointed when their storm is not confirmed a tornado, but a downburst can be just as bad, if not more widespread and potentially worse. Oh, somebody sent us an email, and I'm going to mention this here. They said, I upgraded the app. I upgraded the radar on the app, but I'm not getting the 15-minute radar, future radar. So what you do is you go back to the upgrade radar page. So go back to the menu and go back to upgrade radar and click restore and enable purchases. It's a bright green button in that page, and then restart the app, and then it should be good to go. And if you don't see that button, just restart the app. Maybe that'll fix it. Pardon the extra step, but that should fix it. Okay, 1 second here. Somebody said they emailed us Cottam pictures, but where are they? Can't seem to find them. Maybe they went to spam. That happens sometimes. Kind of annoying. Everything goes to spam. Teresa is amazing at watching our spam folder because so much stuff ends up there. We have to dig it out of the spam folder. Let's see here. Fucking vortex. Da, da, da. I'm not seeing it. All right, I'll keep looking for it, but I can't seem to find it. Maybe Teresa will find it. She's got hawk eyes, so I have a feeling she'll be able to find it before I can. Anyways, thank you for sending in that report. I appreciate it. What about Aurelia, says Jennifer? Aurelia might see some storms at some point in time. Kim says the app hates her phone. This is possible. Like 5% of Android devices are not friends with our app. It's like it's literally 5%. We've ran the numbers like 5 or 6%, but it's a very, very small percentage of Android phones that just for some reason have problems with our app. It's never iPhones. It's just this 5% of Android phones. It drives me nuts. And it's tricky because there's so many different Android phones. There's like 25 different brands try to develop for. I hate to sound like an Apple fanboy, but it is a lot easier to develop for Apple because everybody's running the same operating system and everybody's running the same hardware. But Android has 20,000 different. How come this bug happens on an HTC but doesn't happen on the LG, but happens on the Samsung, but doesn't happen on this? Midland, says Jessica. Yeah, Midland might see that's. I mean, that storm line keeps, as you can see on future radar here. Let me get the old mouse cursor out. Get the old mouse cursor out. That line in previous future radar runs, it kind of fizzled right about here, and it kind of maybe had a little pop-ups near Midland. But as you can see, the latest future radar continues this line strong all the way through Midland, through Aurelia, maybe Barrie, kind of divides around Barrie, and maybe parts of the GTA might see it as well too. There's that strong storm here that we're watching. Is it going to move into New York State, which it, yeah, somebody mentioned it's the border of Pennsylvania and Ohio and New York State. There's kind of a cluster there. Just trying to take a look at Travis's stream, see what he's seen. Watching quite a shelf coming in. I'll keep an eye on that, make sure I know what the latest is. Oli says, is London safe? I think the severe thunderstorm warning for London ended. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty darn sure that that ended. Let me just take a look at a few things here. Give me just a second. I will be right back with you. Okay, I am back. It's all good in the Sault Ste. Marie. Thank you so much. Just reading all the comments right now. Melissa says, where are you? I'm in Barrie. I am in Barrie. Welcome back, says Natasha. Thank you so much. I was gone for so long. I missed all of you while I was gone. For 30 seconds. Okay. Woodstock, says Krista. Absolutely calm in Sudbury, says Kelly. The proverbial calm before the storm. It literally is a calm before the storm because that line's moving in and it looks brutal. Liam says Hamilton will possibly see some storms around 8:39. Yeah, that's about right. I think. Excuse me. How long have we been live? 2 hours and 12 minutes. What's the record? We were live for almost 6 hours one day, I think. Or did we actually go for 6 hours? I think we might have. That rotating storm might clip the very, 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 very edge of Long Point. Maybe. Unless it continues due east, but it's trying to track to the northeast a little bit. You got to keep an eye on that. Somebody said, emailed your bookend vortex over Lake Erie. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, just looking at a few things here. So much to watch. Natasha says, can you tell me about the tornado that happened this morning at Victoria Harbor? Can you tell me about it? I didn't know there was a tornado at Victoria Harbor this morning. Please send us some reports and we'll take a look, see what's happening. There was definitely some damaging wind risk this morning, but there was a little bit of tornado risk this morning as well too, so it's possible. Wind is picking up in Hamilton. Thank you. Anything going to touch in Fergus, says Joanne? It's hard to say. We'll see how the risk continues as it tracks east. I actually have 3 drinks going on right now. I also have a coffee. It's not warm anymore. That's a shame. Jessica says, your second career should be a singer. It used to be my first career. And then that's funny. Somebody said, you should become a musician and quit your day job. I'm like, being a musician was my day job. I was a professional musician for many, many years. What's for dinner tonight, says Matt. That's always, this question always comes up. You're making me hungry. Quit that. Quit with the hunger questions. Well, weather outside is weather. Watching some storms heading towards Meaford. Some pretty strong winds on them, actually. Yeah, those storms heading towards Meaford look like pretty strong wind gusts. See how they look on King. Not as strong on King City. Excuse me, but they look pretty strong on Exeter radar. Brennan says, singing a Christmas song in August will definitely get you canceled. I keep getting canceled. I think I might have... Oh, let's see here. We're getting the damage report here. Big tree down across Highway 3, southeast of Blenheim. It's Blenheim. Blenheim? Is that how you pronounce it? I guess that's Chatham-Kent area. Pretty big tree down in that area from the previous storm line. That's not good. Meaford is getting bad, says Sarah. Tracy says, Adam and the team mostly just does Ontario, Canada weather, not the other provinces or states. Actually, we live stream sometimes when there's significant weather in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, in Manitoba, where I cannot pronounce any town names. You think I'm bad in Ontario? Put me out in Manitoba, where half of them are French. I cannot pronounce a thing. I just make a fool of myself every time I live stream in Manitoba, but everybody's pretty nice out there. But yeah, we do live stream in those areas, and also Blenheim. Someone says the H is silent. We do a stream out there as well. And also, we stream in the U.S. for some of the hurricanes as well, too. Meteorologist Jason Brand on our team and meteorologist Ryan Paris. Jason is in Mississippi. Ryan is in Florida. And we do actually stream down there occasionally for hurricane season as well. So, yeah, we do stream elsewhere. Oh, Victoria says, yep, originally found you in Saskatchewan before we moved east. Cool. Yes. Oh, thank you, Cindy. I appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Hold on a sec. Someone was saying, can you please answer my question? Ryan said, can you please answer my question? Let me try to find it. He said, I know it was a good question, and I'm trying to find your question, Ryan. Hold on. Blenheim. Oh, it's just Blenheim. Blenheim. No H. Blenheim. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. Still trying to find Ryan's question. Where did it go? Blenheim. Everybody's telling me how to pronounce it. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I have no idea how to pronounce the thing. Where is Ryan's question? Hold on. Let me try to find it. So many questions to scroll up. Again, because we're live on 8 different channels, I have 8 different channels of comments. So you might be like, how many comments is he really scrolling through? I'm scrolling through a lot. I cannot find Ryan's question, and I've maxed out the scroll option. So, Ryan, please let me know your question. Sorry, I missed it. I will try my best to get to it. Lenore says, Bayfield, please. Bayfield being right along Lake Huron, I believe. Is that the Bayfield you're talking about? I assume Bayfield is totally fine. Bayfield's good. Storms are east of you. I'm not seeing anything to your west. You're fine. You're good to go. Meaford looks strong. I don't know if Meaford is under a severe thunderstorm warning. It looks pretty darn strong. Brennan, can you confirm? Oh, it is. Okay. So I look up and I see it right here. Oh, is my connection going down the drain? I'm getting a connection alert. Am I getting choppy there for a second? Getting some sort of... It's not that far up, Ryan. It is because I'm using a platform that combines so many different comment threads. It's long gone. So Ryan, can you ask that question again, please? Please, please, please. Really hoping for Ryan's question. There's so much excitement about this question. I'm really excited to read it, but I can't. I haven't seen any issues, said Brennan. Okay, good. I just got that little, it gives you this little Wi-Fi symbol. Oh, so Meaford is warned. Okay, good. I was going to post a damaging wind gust risk thing in Meaford, but you are under severe thunderstorm warning, so that would be redundant, and therefore, why would I do it? Let me restate. LOL. Okay, Ryan, I'm waiting. I don't have any popcorn. Anybody got popcorn? I'm looking at Exeter for Meaford. Yeah, Brennan. King is so high up that it might not be catching it as well. I feel like Exeter is doing a better job on Meaford. I'm gonna need some popcorn. Stat. McDonald Brenda says, Sabrina posted, mention instant weather, minor rotation detected at Walter Fall heading for Chatsworth area. No, we had a comment that said there might be some rotation in that area. The Venestra, I almost posted minor rotation, but I decided to hold off because I just really wasn't seeing it hanging strong. Lisa says she's making popcorn now. Oh, okay. Ryan, here we go. I've got it. Here we go. There it is. Dun, da, 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 ba, 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 ba. Ryan says, why do some storm structures produce higher end tornadoes than others? Is a place like Manitoba at greater risk of tornadoes? That's actually a pretty good question. I wondered if it was going to be a cool question. That's a pretty cool question. Okay, so, and then he corrected himself, so I want to make sure I have the right context that are bigger. Okay. So, higher end tornadoes. No, I think the way you wrote it the first time is fine. Okay. To answer your question, certain supercells, it depends on the environment. If the environment is stronger, if you have more cape, if you have more wind shear, if you have a stronger lift mechanism, like a occluded front, or, really strong, really like a tilted cold front, if you have a really, really strong low pressure, then it doesn't matter where you are. You could be in China, you could be in Australia, you could be in Manitoba, you could be in Ontario. If you have the right conditions in the right place, that's when you get violent tornadoes. Manitoba, sometimes gets some pretty some pretty dangerous tornadoes. They've got some pretty they've had some pretty historical wild tornadoes. They had the strongest tornado ever documented damage-wise in Canada, which was an F5. It's the only official F5 that's ever been documented. There's been some F4 or EF4s and F4s that are like really, really close to being F5. But it's the first documented F5. I think the reason it was classified F5 was because it launched on the video. It launched a car, like it just. So that just for it to be that strong, it was classified F5. But yeah, it doesn't mean it can't happen here. The longest track tornado in Canadian history was an F4 that went from Grand Valley to Newmarket. And at the same time that tornado was on the ground, there was an F4 going through Barrie. And at the same time that F4 was on the ground, there was an F3 south of the Grand Valley one. So there's 3 monster tornadoes going across at the same time. May 31st, 1985. So it just depends on placement and timing and circumstance and the environment. It doesn't necessarily favor one region over the other, but some regions get more activity than others. I don't think there was a tornado registered in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, or Alberta in July, which is incredibly rare, but it's been pretty busy in Ontario. So hopefully that answers your question, Ryan. Thanks for asking, and really good question. Excellent. I'm impressed. Thank you, Tamara. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Melanie's saying her phone keeps booting her out, but she was asking if there's any risk for Fergus. There could be with this line moving in. Yeah, no tornadoes west of Windsor in Canada in July, Brennan mentioned. That's really rare because July is like the height of Canadian tornado season. Ethan says, do you live stream British Columbia? We have a page called Instant Weather British Columbia. We have an instant weather page for every province, and we have a storm watch page for Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario. And then we have a tornado watch page for every single state in the U.S. But I don't think we've ever live streamed in BC, but we should. We probably should. It would probably grow that community faster if we did that. So we should probably do that. Because live streaming definitely gives you greater reach, for sure, from what we've seen on the numbers. Yeah, so Guelph maybe it might have some potential with this line that's moving through. Damaging wind gusts are, yeah, they're a problem. We are also now amber, says Cindy. Pardon me? We are also now amber. I don't know what she meant by that. She's scaring me, thinking that there's an Amber Alert, but I'm sure my phone would have gone off. Anita said, I think he's in his basement anyways. Yeah, I'm in the basement. In the basement. Yeah, I'm in the basement right now. So I usually don't have an issue. Shelby says, do you live stream New Brunswick? We have a New Brunswick page as well too, Instant Weather New Brunswick. We should do that. We should live stream New Brunswick. We should live stream everywhere, but it's hard to live stream everywhere on a consistent basis. Oh, Timmins, Ontario, 4 hours from Sudbury. Ah, okay. Scared me there for a second. Brittany said, if only instant weather live stream existed in 1985, it would be pretty brutal. I guess the only way that would be possible if it was on television or something. But yeah. It would be, I would definitely be dressing, I'd probably dress the same. This is how I'd look in 1985 when I was 2 years old. Ryan, I think she meant where she's located. I think so. I think that's what she meant. The water's, ooh, there goes my gray screen. Somebody needs a new computer. It's me. Thank you, B. I'm going to do that. I was actually thinking about that too. I'm going to upgrade. I'm also going to upgrade, but I'm going to update this. Allison says, almost 1,000 views. That's awesome, Adam. Actually, Allison, it is awesome, but you can't see the grand total because we're live streaming on Twitch, we're live streaming on YouTube, we're live streaming on Twitter, we're live streaming on 5 different Facebook pages and groups, and my number is about twice that over here. So it's nice to see the total. The total. Jessica said that the storm already passed. Travis, he's not live streaming right now. I'm not sure why. Maybe he lost connection, but he's not live streaming at the moment. But while Brendan's got the alert map up, I'm going to reload the radar. How about that? We still don't have automatic reloading radar on our app, but we need to do that. That would be a good idea. But for now, we'll just go back to the homepage, go back to live radar, and then we'll have new radar. Yay. Kitchener-Waterloo has a severe thunderstorm warning right now, as per Brennan's severe thunderstorm warning map. Manitoulin Island is still under severe thunderstorm warning. Elliott Lake is now out of the warning. Espanola, Sudbury under severe thunderstorm warning. The severe thunderstorm watch is in yellow, which extends all the way east of Lake Simcoe up towards Huntsville, Algonquin Park. And it looks like we still have a severe thunderstorm watch that extends all the way into deep southwestern Ontario. And everything you see in maroon/purple is the heat warning, which extends further than you're seeing it. But the severe thunderstorm watch takes precedence on a particular map. Thanks, Siri. I didn't say anything. Anybody ever notice that? When Siri starts to get sketchy? And she just like all of a sudden tells you about, she's like, the capital of Canada is, you know, like, I didn't even ask her anything. Quit listening to me, Siri. Eventually, Siri will be smarter than all human intelligence put together. So I, for one, welcome our artificial intelligent overlords. And please remember that in the future when you're deciding who lives and dies. Okay, let me see here. Why do some yellow areas have black lines, says Diane. This is a fantastic question. Diane says, why do some yellow areas on our map? Ooh, and Brennan pulling in the sneak, throwing the map back up. Those dashed lines mean that the severe thunderstorm watch still mentions the potential for a tornado. So that, as you can see, you might not be able to see, but if you look at the legend on the far right, all the way south of Ottawa, all the way south of Cornwall, it says tornado risk mentioned, and it's got the dash lines. So we only add the dash lines if there is a mention of a tornado risk. Thank you, Ender. Appreciate that. Someone posted a tornado touchdown in Thessalon, Thessalon. Thessalon? Shannon said that. Let me pull that back up. Someone posted a tornado touchdown in Thessalon. I like this at Thessalon. I hope everybody's okay if that's a legitimate report. Thessalon, Ontario, a town in Ontario. Where are you? Thessalon, Ontario is... Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, it would make sense that that is where a tornado touchdown. It is east of Sault Ste. Marie. So north of Manitoulin Island. I would not doubt that. And we've heard some pretty significant damage reports from up there. So hopefully everybody stayed safe. Yeah, that storm up there looked pretty brutal. So I would definitely not doubt that is at least significant damage up there, if not potentially a tornado occurred there. So yeah, I would think so. Someone says they lost audio. Is it hanging on? Is it okay? Let me know. Liam's laughing. I think Liam's the only one who laughed at my AI overlords joke. Let's see here. That's right. I'll just laugh to myself. It's fine. Getting dark in Midland, no wind. Think we were going to miss it once again. You might see it based on future radar up there. Midland's probably going to see a storm. Someone mentioned the cloud formation on Manitoulin Island is pretty intense. Please answer Matthew about Brantford, says Anita. Thank you, Anita, for pointing that out. Matthew, let me go back and I will try to find Matthew's comment. Brantford, what's coming for Brantford and when? Matthew, if you don't have our app, you might want to download it. And this goes for all those who are asking about like their specific area and when they might see some storms. Because you can go into like the hourly product, which is pretty powerful and useful. And it's something that I do when I get asked these questions. So if you want to bypass asking me, you can just get our app. It's called Instant Weather. But I will double check for Brantford here. Give me a second. Brantford, there are storms west of you and southwest of you. None of them look too intense right now, and they are moving towards your general vicinity. It shouldn't be long till Brantford gets some heavy rain, maybe some lightning, and some gusty winds. I'm not seeing much other than that, but it's going to be pretty soon. In the next 10, 20, 30 minutes, I would say. Somewhere in there. But yeah, if you do not have our app, you might want to go and download that. I'll put up the little overlay right here, instantweatherapp.com. You can download it for free. And John's got the right idea here. Corinne's asking about Sudbury. Sudbury could get pretty severe. That line looks pretty intense. John says, download the app if you want to know about your area. That is well said. I'm going to put it in the comments here for those who don't know how to get the app. Look in the comments right now. I'm going to put the link to it. Download our free app, at https://instantweather.ca/app. I put that in the comments, so click that link. It will take you to a landing page, and at the bottom of the screen, you might have to scroll down depending on your device, but it says Apple and Android and instructions. But Apple or Android, click one of those. It'll take you right to the App Store. You can download our app for free, and then it has hourly data out to 10 days, or actually slightly more if you keep swiping. Pro tip. And KMR says, is KW going to get rocked? Rock you like a hurricane. Is KW going to get rocked? KW's looks like there's some pretty strong winds there right now. The majority of the storm is now kind of southeast of you, heading towards Cambridge, Preston, Hespeler. Some pretty strong winds on that storm, heading towards maybe Guelph. Pretty strong storm. It could be severe. We'll have to see what happens. We will have to see what happens. This is one day of several we might be busy. We were busy yesterday. And we're probably going to be busy tomorrow, and we're probably going to be busy again on Friday. Joel says, there's another blob forming over Michigan. Joel must have been on our live stream yesterday. The Michigan blob, looking right there, it kind of fizzles out. I don't think so. Gail says, love the app. Thank you very much, Gail. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Megan says, confirm touchdown in Thessalon. I can't confirm it. We're going to have to wait to see what the Northern Tornadoes Project, Dr. David Sills, and all those at the Northern Tornadoes Project say. Brennan, were you going to put up the alert image as well? Do you want to? You can put that up if you'd like. Thank you. Thank you. Jessica says, love the app. Thank you so much, Jessica. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Leslie says, I upgraded today. Thank you, Leslie. All those who have upgraded the radar makes a huge difference. Thank you so much. It's great because it allows us to pay for all this expensive weather data, these expensive servers. You should see our server bill right now from last month. It is, you would cry. You would cry. I almost cried. But it's okay. It's fine. But so long story short, subscriptions really help. Here is your current alert map. Looks like the severe thunderstorm watches and warnings have ended for Elliott Lake to Sault Ste. Marie. That whole area is now ended. That's why it's got a nice, shiny, bright green. Sudbury, Espanola, Manitoulin Island still has a severe thunderstorm warning. That storm heading into Sudbury looks pretty nasty on radar, and it's going to probably be a problem for those who are in Sudbury. Looks like it's heading right there right now. It's not long until it's going to get there, and it could be bringing with it damaging wind gusts, hail. There might be some rotation in there, but the problem is we don't really have radar coverage for Sudbury right now because Brit radar is down. So there's not much we can do for looking at rotation in Sudbury. We don't have much to go on here. It's kind of brutal. And so that's annoying. But anyways, hopefully everybody there is heeding the alerts and getting to a safe place. Looks like Manitoulin Island, there's still some more storms moving into Manitoulin Island again. So already knocked out the power, and now we have more storms moving into that area. from the west, and looks like there's another line behind that moving in as well too. So Manitoulin Island going to see some more rounds of strong storms, severe wind gusts possible. That is, and Spanish is going to get some more strong winds. Elliott Lake, yeah, Northeastern Ontario is dealing with some pretty heavy duty stuff right now. Not a very nice situation up there. It's pretty strong storms they're dealing with in Northeastern Ontario, so hope everybody's staying safe. Those storms that went kind of, whoa, there's some really strong storms further north of, even north of Timmins. There's some really strong stuff up there, so hopefully everybody's staying safe up there. Yeah, just trying to watch a bunch of different radar. Again, thank you to all those who have posted lots of wonderful things. Will Allison get hit? Someone said that is questionable, but there could be some strong storms your way. We'll have to see. As you can see, there is a line heading that way, so it is possible Allison could see a strong storm in the next few hours. Laura says the app is great. Thank you so much, Laura. I appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Just trying to read a few different comments. Kim says, are we under a tornado watch in Norfolk County? No, there is no tornado watches. There was no tornado watches issued today, only severe thunderstorm watches. And yeah, but some of them did mention the potential for an isolated tornado to develop, but there was no tornado watches issued today. Miranda says, Adam, you need to go eat. Maybe I do. Is there anything developing behind this line of storms, says Shelby? Maybe. Depends on where you are. Manitoulin Island? Yes. Anywhere west of kind of the Lake Huron area, it looks like it might fizzle out behind there. So this might be the last. This might be the line. Lindsay said, that storm hit us already. It was bad. Lots of damage in St. Joseph Island. Yeah, we heard lots of damage up there. So hope everybody's okay. That does not sound good. Melissa says, I wish I knew how to send you a picture. You can send it to us in private messages. Looks like a severe thunderstorm warning has ended. It'd be nice to know where that was, but Brendan will update the map and let us know. Yeah, you can send it to Ontario Stormwatch on Facebook or Instant Weather Ontario. Just send us a private message through Messenger, and you can send videos and photos that way, for sure. Amazing Person 3409, our friend from YouTube, says a line of storm cells are starting to form over Lake Michigan. They might move towards our area tonight. We'll have to wait and see how things turn out. Yeah, Future Radar's trying to mitigate them and slow them down and eventually fizzle them out. So we'll have to see exactly what happens. Oh, I think my son's back. Brendan, you want to put that alert map up? And I'll go see what my son needs here. Give me just a moment. I'll be right back with you. my son wanted to tell me that he got one of those new, those like flat swings. We installed it in a swing in the backyard. It's kind of like that flat swingy swing. Anyways, he wanted to tell me all about it, and he did. And now he has to go eat dinner, or he's already had dinner. I don't know. I'm too busy live streaming. Okay, Carolyn says in all caps, what about Parry Sound? My parents are driving down south right now. Down south? Like Mexico, or is down south to you? Parry Sound is down south? That's interesting. My perspective is skewed because I'm in Barrie, so Parry Sound would be up north. Anyways, what about Parry Sound? What about it? Let me see. Brenna says, maybe not the best to admit you don't know if your kid ate. Well, mom's looking after him, so I'm sure she gave him food. So that's not my responsibility right now. But mommy knows what she's doing, so it's okay. Parry Sound, there's like some little pop-up storms around there, but there's nothing too significant going on from what I can see. Torrential rain is possible, maybe some lightning, maybe some small hail and some gusty winds. But besides that, I'm not seeing too much up there. Might almost be time for a song. That's right. It might be time for a song. Maybe. Someone said my roof is missing in Windsor. Someone reported that through the app. Tracy says, you're such a great dad. Thanks so much. Except that I didn't know if he had dinner yet. I mean, it's like 6:48, so he probably already ate. Just saying. Tina says 4-year-olds are hilarious. You probably should just let the audio on so you could hear him talk. It was hilarious. He's awesome. Meredith says, yay, so excited for songs. Lindsay said, major damage on St. Joseph Island. Yeah, we heard that. That's awful. Hope everybody's okay. Shelby says, are the next couple days looking as strong as today? I don't know. Brendan? Oh. Brendan says Parry Sound is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Interesting. Jesse said, is that a false report? I don't know which report you're referring to. Rich says, I'm begging to know how the radar shows rain in Hamilton between 7 and 9, and it being a high percentage, it always literally changes at the last minute. That's a good question. Future radar is not perfect, and you kind of just have to take it with some sort of a grain of salt. If a big storm cluster is heading your way, then it's usually likely. I don't know if you're looking at future radar here, though, but it kind of splits around you. The strongest part of the storm split around Hamilton. So Hamilton, every season it changes who has the storm dome. Everybody makes jokes like they've got this magical storm dome, and storms come towards their city or town, and then it splits and it goes around them. And that changes every season. You know, like sometimes Barrie just doesn't get a storm all season, and then we get an EF2 tornado. You know, so it's all circumstantial. It's all circumstantial. Every year it changes. Ryan says, I eat on the fly. I sometimes do. Oh, Nelson says North Bay is a severe thunderstorm warning now. Thank you kindly. B says update the radar. I will. Liam says, why Hamilton, man, with a frowny face? I don't know. It changes all the time. Didn't Hamilton get a storm this morning? I'm pretty sure you got a storm this morning. You can't be too upset. The escarpment affects weather in Hamilton. Malcolm, it kind of does. It does a bit, but Hamilton has had like substantial storms before, so it, you know, the surface doesn't do so much. B says, Adam, how come it says storms around 12 to 1 a.m., but around 12 in the radar there's nothing? That's a good question. Maybe because I haven't updated. So let me update. Brendan, do you want to throw up the alert map unless you are updating it? If you're updating it, don't worry about it. But if you're not, then throw it up. Louis says Sudbury is getting it good. Yeah, it looks like a pretty strong storm heading into Sudbury. Hope everybody's okay. Can you please show Orangeville and Barrie, says Spotty. Orangeville and Barrie on this map. You can't see it, but you're on there. I'll show you here. Orangeville's right about here-ish, and Barrie's right about here-ish. So Orangeville and Barrie. I have to zoom in for you to see that. Let's zoom in. There you go. You can see Shelburne. Where's Orangeville? You got to go pretty far to get Orangeville. There we are. There's Orangeville. Probably getting a storm around 8:30. And there's Barrie up there further to the north. And holy, a lot of town names show up. Okay, let me back this up here and make sure we have the latest data. There is the alert map. Thank you so much, Brennan. Appreciate that. Yeah, so North Bay is under a severe thunderstorm warning now as well. So Britt, Huntsville, Perry Sound, Sunridge, Espanola, Sudbury, all under severe thunderstorm warning. The rest of the area in yellow is under a severe thunderstorm watch. Looks like Manitoulin Island was taken out of the severe thunderstorm warning. That's a bit surprising considering there's still some pretty strong storms heading into that area. But hey, that's not up to us. That is up to Environment Canada. The yellow areas are severe thunderstorm watches. I just got a severe thunderstorm watch issued, so perhaps it has been extended a little bit further to the east. Let me just make sure I've got the latest radar data on the app, and we can see where these storms are and where they are going. Go ahead, Brent, if you want to flip it back there. I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm surprised. Let me get rid of this instantweatherapp.com banner. Side note, instantweatherapp.com. Download our app for free. Thank you to all those who have. And let me just hit play, and you can see where the storms are going. Yeah, I'm surprised Manitoulin Island got taken out of a warning. And yeah, another severe thunderstorm watch has been issued, but for where? Brennan will find out. He is like a detective. He'll figure it out. You can do it, Brennan. If you can't do it, no one can. Seriously, if he can't do it, nobody can probably do it. Just updated the description and removed the tornado risk. It's weird that it said issued, though. It didn't say continued. It said issued. So did they end it and then reissue it? That'd be interesting. Interesting. So, heavy rain and wind in Sudbury, says Linda. Thank you so much. Tina says, is there a Canadian version of the Storm Prediction Center? Yes, it's called the Ontario Storm Prediction Center, the OSPC. And that is basically Environment Canada. The Environment Canada office for Ontario is called the OSPC. So that's why on warnings you might see OSPC at the bottom. And that's the Ontario Storm Prediction Center. So it is the Canadian equivalent of the SPC office in the US. Interesting. Yes, so Future Radar says Barrie might get missed. Might get missed. Shed door just blew off the shed, says Jackie. Oh my goodness. Where are you located, Jackie? She says, shed door just blew off the shed. Please let us know where you're located. I hope you're staying safe. That doesn't sound good. Near LaFontaine, branches coming down like crazy, says Cheryl. That's not good. That's not good. So that storm coming off of Georgian Bay, heading into parts of Christian Island and Thunder Beach and LaFontaine. Seems like it's pretty strong based on reports. Did Jackie's in Sudbury, says Luis. Yeah. Sudbury is intense. Very windy north of Newmarket now, says Sandy. Thank you so much. Jerry says Peterborough. I'm not sure Peterborough is really going to see anything too intense. You might see a storm later tonight. It's questionable if it's going to be severe. Clear in London, says Samantha. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Caroline says Port Dover just started here. Ryan says the clouds are forming more in Oshawa now. Thank you very much. That's a long watch period, says Dana. Leanne says, yes, I mentioned LaFontaine earlier. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Just heard thunder in the middle of Barrie, says Kaylee. Really? You sure? I don't see anything on radar. The closest thunder is up near Thunder Beach in LaFontaine on that storm that's moving up there. Yeah, I'm not seeing... Excuse me. I'm already yawning. I'm already yawning. And we've only been live for 3 hours. Come on. Where's my coffee? That's it. That's it. Shanna says LaFontaine has a severe thunderstorm warning now. Excellent. Thank you very much. EC on the ball. Loving it. Bean says caffeine. Oh, yeah. Loving me some caffeine. Emma says, would it be very possible to hear near Barrie from Midland? Maybe. Kevin says, radar near Midland is showing rotation from both King and Exeter. It's localized, but definitely there. Yeah, I don't know, Kevin. I'm watching that storm very closely. It's very weak. He said Midland. There's a lot of noise there, so you got to be careful with that noise on these new radars. I'm not seeing any organized rotation. I don't know if you're looking at a different tilt than I am. And Midland is very far from Exeter. Very far. So let me see. Yeah, I see what you're seeing from Exeter. More towards LaFontaine. But it's not even really that strong from there. Not that pronounced. But from King City, no, it's not really that focused. So I think you might be thinking maybe of some of the noise. The rotation there would be pretty weak. And also to remember, it's crossing the perfectly north path of the radar, which is kind of deceiving sometimes. When it crosses that path, sometimes it can look like rotation, but it's actually just the winds are moving in a different direction from the way the radar's reading it. So when it crosses that perfect line, that can actually kind of throw things off a little bit as well too. Watching radar in that area for pretty much a decade now. But thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that. Appreciate more eyes on the radar. Always a good thing. Always a good thing. Amber says you can hear thunder up to 25 miles away. Interesting. It's good to know. I knew it was quite a distance, but... Emma says, sky is opening up now at LaFontaine Beach. It's really loud. Thank you so much. Ryan says, can I help out in any way? I like picking up questions or searching the internet for sources. I love this stuff and follow tornadoes and hurricanes since I was 7. Yeah, I mean, you're definitely your help in the comments is great for sure. I mean, just being a part of the community really, really does help out a lot for sure. Absolutely. Kevin says, from my experience here, it's definitely there. This was similar to the F0 that struck Penetang. I've seen it a fair bit. Take it seriously. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it. I think the F0 that hit Penetang was a lot more pronounced velocity-wise. Yeah, that was definitely more pronounced from what I remember. And I can go look back historically. but it was definitely more pronounced than what we're looking at right now. And hey, you know, who knows, right? Like I mentioned many times in the live stream, land spouts are really hard to detect. So if you're actually witnessing rotation there, that's a different story. But again, land spouts are really, really hard to detect on velocity radar. So I could be telling you no all day and something could touch down. Or, I mean, just as far as a mesocyclone is concerned, I would say I'm not seeing it. Just not seeing it. But hey, who knows? Nothing's perfect. I'm certainly not perfect by any means. Yeah, it's reading radar is kind of an art. Definitely science, but kind of an art. Neon says, why is the sky green in Sudbury? So green sky means hail, but it means robust updraft, and robust updraft is what's required for tornado development. So green sky is not necessarily a good thing. So we're seeing green sky in Sudbury, which usually means hail. The majority of the time it means hail. You're literally looking at a ball of ice up in the sky. It's got that green, you know, hue to it, kind of like looking at a lake, and sometimes you can see like a green hue. But if you're getting a green sky in Sudbury, that's not a good sign. Not a good sign. Green sky, I'm in Cognasheen. Thank you, Tessa. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Meredith says possible tornado. Yeah, green sky doesn't always mean tornado, but right now Sudbury does not have velocity data because they're upgrading the Brit radar. So Carol says, are all tornado risk mentioned gone? Yeah, so all mentions from Environment Canada regarding a possible tornado risk in their severe thunderstorm watches and in their severe thunderstorm warnings is gone. However, it's possible, maybe, Brennan, that the watches still possibly have the tornado. I mean, underneath those warnings. Brennan, you can clarify for sure. Just reading a report from someone on the app. It says they're seeing some strong rotation in Midland. Jordan says he's seen strong rotation in Midland. So actually physically seeing rotation there, that's a different story. So hopefully it's nothing too significant, but he's seen some rotation in that area. Brennan says they've pretty much been removed for the most part, but maybe in Northeastern Ontario there could be something. He's going to check into that as well, but we will see. Jessica says, please check Midland. It's crazy here. Yeah, so so someone sent a message here on the app. Let me bring it up here on raw data so you can actually see, because a lot of folks are talking about Midland right now, saying it's pretty intense. Midland is under a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's something to consider. You're under a warning. That storm looks pretty intense. Damaging winds are the main risk for sure. Coming down really hard here in Penetanguishene, everybody's saying. And in Midland, Ryan says, can you zoom into Midland? He's gone to all caps. I will zoom into Midland. Give me just a moment here. I will bring up the latest raw data for Midland from the King City radar, and we can take a look at what's happening up there. So let me just pull that up right now on the screen, and you will be able to see it right about now. Okay, so here is the Midland storm right here. Penetanguishene, Midland. I think we're going to get a radar update pretty soon. Let's go take a look at velocity data here. we would normally be seeing blue versus red if we saw rotation here. However, we're not seeing any of that. We are seeing strong winds, though. There's definitely some strong winds. This is likely noise here, but this is certainly some strong wind gusts in this area. So this storm is producing strong winds, probably some hail. And Carolyn says, what does a green sky mean? All a green sky means is hail. If you see a green sky, that means there's literally a ball of ice floating in the sky that you can see. But it also means robust updraft. And when you have a robust updraft, you can potentially have a tornado. So that's why people say green sky associated with tornado, but it's really green sky associated with hail. Hail means a robust updraft. If we have robust updraft, you can also potentially, in rare cases, have a tornado. So hopefully that clarifies for you as well. But yeah, so I'm not on radar. I'm not seeing any rotation as far as Midland's concerned. But this is one of those days where you could have little land spout spin-ups. You could have QLC spin-ups that aren't the greatest, that don't really show up so much on radar. So yeah, so we're watching this closely. And people are saying Midland is intense right now, and I don't doubt it. But yeah, but currently we should be getting a live update pretty soon. Yeah, our little, you can't see it, but I got a little glowing thing that shows me right about here. You can't see it, but it's popping green that says live, which means we're going to get an update pretty soon here. So we should get one in the next little bit, and we'll see if Midland has changed at all. We'll see if there is any maybe developing rotation. Brennan just went and did some deep looking into the, so all watches and warnings from Environment Canada, none of them are mentioning a tornado risk at this point in time. So none of the watches, none of the warnings are mentioning tornado risk. But everybody's saying the sky in Sudbury is green, which means hail. And it means, yeah, there's potentially, there is potential for tornadoes today. So we have to watch closely. Fergus is blowing things around. Thank you so much. Appreciate the looking at the Delawana Resort Muskoka webcam. Definitely something low there. Kim, thank you for that. I will take a look at that here. Give me 1 second. Delawana Resort webcam. Hold on, I'm gonna look at that. Delawana Resort webcam. This is when everybody else also looks at it and we crash the website. That's an interesting view. It looks like maybe their camera's dirty. Yeah, there's definitely something low hanging, but it's possible that that's a dirty camera there. We'll see. Interesting. Oh, so if anybody just saw that update, which you may have seen, and now, what is this? Now I'm finally seeing something on radar that is showing a hint, just a hint, tiniest little hint of rotation in Midland. But we did have some reports of that as well too. So I would say there is some minor rotation in Midland at this point in time. It wasn't showing up before, at least from what I could tell, but now there is just a hint. Now, is it noise or is it, Yeah, so there's a hint. Brennan, you watching that? I'm not seeing anything debris signature-wise, but there is just a little hint of some rotation right there you can see in the Midland area. So actually, I'm going to post about minor rotation in Midland because we've had a few reports from folks, and it looks like there's just a little bit of minor rotation showing up there. Enough that it's a bit of a concern, and based on everybody's reports, I think it's worth mentioning that. So I'm going to post about that right here. Give me just a moment, and I will do that in the background. Give me a second here. Yeah, so I'm going to put minor rotation in Midland right now with that storm. Moving to the northeast, I believe. Yeah, so that finally came out of nowhere. And it's heading towards Port Severn, I would say. So let me post about that right now. I'm just going to put minor rotation on that storm. There we go. I'm going to make a little polygon. Give me just a second. I'm doing this in the background here. While we are on the live stream, I'm going to say minor rotation detected on this storm over Midland. Rotation on radar with this storm over Midland. Moving east-northeast towards Port Severn. Port Severn and Big Chute. Big Chute. The Big Chute areas. Okay, what time is it here? It is 7:12. And I will click a few things and I will send that out. So if you're in the Midland area, you're going to get that notification from me. And I'm going to send that out right now. Yeah, so seeing some minor rotation on that storm. Yep. Seeing it now. Definitely wasn't there before, but now it certainly showed up. Liam says, What, Liam? What happened? Yeah, the sky's getting pretty dark and very out my window. Oh, I'd love to have Brit Radar right now. Come back, Brit Radar. Come back. Where have you gone? Brit Radar is now being upgraded on the worst possible day. They have to take it down. I couldn't wait a day. Couldn't wait one day. How could they do that? Why? Shelf cloud in Sudbury and the sky is green. Thank you so much. Gene says, minor rotation detected Gravenhurst. Where exactly? Midland. So if you read the details we wrote, it's in Midland, and it's moving east-northeast. Shelf Cloud in Sudbury says, the vegan teacher, thank you so much. Jessica says, we have rotation over Midland. Thank you kindly. Yep, we had several reports. Tat says, where in Midland is the rotation? It's right here. Let me show you. Let me make sure I have the highest accuracy possible from the radar. Hold on. We actually have accuracy placement variables. Let me see if that changes from 8. See if I go down to 0, what happens? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so if I go up to 11, that's as high as the accuracy can get. It is near Sunnyside. Kind of in between Penetanguishene and Midland. We are seeing that. And now it's gone. If there was a brief rotation there, it has the next radar update is not very excited about it, and we're just seeing strong winds move to the northeast. So possibly a brief little rotation couplet in the Midland area, but the next radar update has pretty much mitigated it. Not seeing it there, so we're watching. Melanie says, can you please check Fergus? I can't. Jessica says, the power's flickering in Midland. That's not good. Joanne says, Burlington really windy now with a bit of thunder. Thank you so much. Wind has slowed down in Midland, says Jessica. Thank you so much. Ryan says, Cowboy69 says they see a tornado in Sudbury. Really? I think there's actually Sudbury webcams. Let me go double check here. Give me a second. Somebody is saying they're seeing a tornado in Sudbury. Are you sure? Sure about that? Someone reported a funnel cloud in Midland. Unverified funnel cloud report in Midland. One second here. I'm just trying to look for some different webcams in the Sudbury area. See if we can get a better look at what's going on up there. We get these reports, but it would be really nice to have some photos to back it up. Right? Am I right? Let me see here. Okay, I've got a live camera from Science North in Sudbury. I'm not seeing any tornado there. Let's see. ECCC Ontario Weather Radio says there's no tornado warning in Sudbury. No, there's definitely not a tornado warning in Sudbury right now. There's a big problem with Sudbury right now is we don't have any data for Sudbury. Brit radar is down. So Sudbury's radar is down. We do have this long range, extremely folded, basically useless data from one of the other stations, but this is what we have for reflectivity. It doesn't tell us much. Doesn't tell us much at all. Let's go back to velocity and flip it to yeah, we don't have, if we look at that Quebec radar up here, it doesn't reach. It might reach at tilt, the lowest tilt here. Let's see. Yeah, but again, super duper folded. I wonder if we can de-alias this. It'd be nice if we could de-alias this data and unfold it. But because of this special long range strategy they have, the lowest tilt of radar is extremely folded, which means it's useless. So all we have is this data up to here, and we can't see any further. Brit looks pretty, some pretty strong winds in the Brit area right now. I'd love to have that radar back. Wouldn't that be nice? But yeah, so Midland, the Midland storm, let me just flip back over to reflectivity so you can see what I'm talking about here. The Midland storm has now moved northeast of Midland. It's over near Macy's Bay and Bayview Park, heading towards maybe Big Chute and Cedar Nook. That storm, we did have a funnel cloud report on it, and it did have a little bit of rotation. So we put a minor rotation update on that particular storm, but it's hard to say what's exactly happening there. Someone asked about Guelph, I think. These storms do not look very impressive anymore. And if I go to the Exeter radar, see if maybe they look a little bit better. Nope. What's happening over here? What do you think you little ones are doing? Where do you think you're going? Interesting. A lot of noise. Look how noisy this radar is. This is... Good luck deciphering this. This is terrifying. It's so hard to read. It's so hard to read. But yeah, in that particular storm, that Midland storm, very strong wind gusts here. Radar is only picking up 51 kilometer an hour, but they could be potentially stronger at the surface. And we did see some minor rotation there just for a bit, but it's now gone. Strong winds up here in the Brit area, maybe east of that. So we're just watching that storm closely that's moving northeast of Midland, not getting that much data on it because it's now further and further away from the radar. And Exeter is weakening, so that's something. Let's go back to the app and see what future radar says for these particular storms. We'll see what is happening. Someone says, why does Sudbury get bad thunderstorms? because it happens to be in North America. North America gets a lot of strong thunderstorms. So that's basically the explanation. There's nothing. If you're anywhere in North America, that you have an opportunity to get strong thunderstorms. And also, Ryan had to send that in caps. Just Southern Ontario is just it can be a hotspot at times. Southern and Northern Ontario can be hotspots at times for sure. But Joan says the warning has ended for Sudbury and it's down to a watch now. So Sudbury has been downgraded from a severe thunderstorm warning to a severe thunderstorm watch. Brennan, can you confirm that? I'm pretty sure that's the case. Thank you for that update. Appreciate it. Ryan says Exeter is weakening, reported by host in capital. Ryan, you don't. I appreciate how you're helping, but you don't have to put everything I say in capitals. It's all good. Nobody can see that unless you're on YouTube, and then you can see his comment. Christina says, do you see anything happening in Barrie? Nope. Not from my window. What place I missed that? Sudbury. Sudbury has been downgraded, I believe. That's what we're hearing. Yeah, so thankfully, some of these storms are looking weaker on radar. They were so intense earlier. We had possible reports of a tornado in Cottam in Essex County earlier. We had a report from Kyle Woods on Twitter of a roof ripped off a house, which is awful. And Skull says, how is Trenton? Trenton's cool. I think you're all right. What do the colors mean, says Melanie. That's a good question. So purple is hail, red is very strong torrential rain, green is heavy rain, yellowish green is heavy rain, and then blue is light rain. On this particular radar. This radar is not available yet. We're working on it, but I'm going to go back to our app so you can see what the latest radar is, and you can see what the latest future radar is as well too. So give me just a moment. I'll pull that up for you here. If you haven't downloaded our app yet, instantweatherapp.com. Yeah. Alexander says, I just want the spikes on the radar gone. Yeah, you know what they're from? They're actually from Wi-Fi towers that are using improper frequencies that interfere with the radar stations. There is a way for us to actually remove them using dual pol. So we're actually going to be working on that for this particular radar product that we're doing. So that could be pretty interesting for sure. Could be interesting. Someone's happy that Debbie's happy that Keswick made the map. Yeah, Keswick. Debbie says, minor rotation message just sent from Midland. Major winds just came off the bay, went over our heads as usual. Heading to Midland. Very strong winds has stopped here now. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's that storm is northeast of you now, and from what I saw, it looks like the minor rotation has weakened, so we'll probably be removing that from the app pretty soon. But let me flip back to our app so we can see the latest current radar and where these storms might be going this evening. Excuse me. So, super strong wind in Newmarket, says Lee Davidson. Thank you very much. So here is our app. If you haven't downloaded it yet, instantweatherapp.com. Download it for free. Huge thank you to those who have upgraded the radar to get 5 hours of future radar. What you're about to see is the 15-minute intervals, which is like $13 a year. And so a little bit more than $1 a month. It's like the price of a Wendy's combo with a Frosty for the fries. Let's not talk about it. We were talking about it earlier. Let's just not get into it. But this is what future radar looks like. Really tries to mitigate these storms, which is exciting, right? So that's what happens when you use a high-resolution, rapidly updating weather model here. Let me actually remove the banner so you can see more of what we are dealing with here. There we are. That is your past and future radar. You can see the time above my skull over here. That is telling you where the future radar is. It looks like maybe some more storms in southwestern Ontario overnight, but future radar keeps trying to weaken these storms as they move to the east, which is exciting. That's good. That means I should probably play a song soon. We usually do a celebration song when these storms start to get weaker. So let me know if you want to hear a song, and I'll play a song in the comments. I haven't tuned this guitar in a while. That might be a problem. I also have to switch something regarding my audio, or else it's going to sound terrible. One second here. 1 second. I'm going to switch something to my audio really quick. I'm going to play a song, and then I'm probably going to shut down the stream and go put my little guy to bed. He's probably getting pretty close to going to bed right now as well, too. So, yeah, let me go. Actually, you know what? Let me go say goodnight to him. If you want to hear a song, I will play you a song, but you're going to have to wait 5 minutes because I got to run upstairs, say goodnight to my little guy, and then come back down. I will play a song, and Brennan's going to leave the warning map up here so you can see where the latest severe thunderstorm warnings are at this point in time. Brennan, was Sudbury ended? Sudbury might have been ended, so you might want to check into that as well. Yeah, but you know what? Brennan, he says, I don't think so. Somebody said Sudbury got downgraded to a watch. So it is possible. I'm not 100% sure, but it is possible. We will see. Brittany says play Blackbird. I might just have to do that. No, Sudbury still has a severe thunderstorm warning, so that was actually incorrect. So somebody said Sudbury was downgraded to a severe thunderstorm watch, but Brennan just double checked, and there is still a severe thunderstorm warning for Sudbury. So thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Yep, both alerts are still up right now. Kim says Sudbury is listed as a watch on the Weather Network. On Environment Canada, which is, of course, the office that issues the alerts, it says the warning is still up. Kat says Brennan's taken over. Brennan took over a long time ago. Brennan has taken over. But yeah, so I'm going to go say goodnight to my little guy, and I will be right back. And if you hang around, I'll play you a song. So let me know what songs you want to hear in the comments, and I'll play a couple songs before we shut down the stream tonight. But I will be back in a few minutes. And if you do want to hear a song, hang out. If you don't, that's cool too. Yeah, it's all good. So I will be right back. And Brennan's got the alert map up here right now, and I will be right back. Hi. I'm back. Kim says, deleted this app, asked 6 times Grey Bruce. No answer ever. My apologies. Grey Bruce is good. You're good. Let me double check. I think you're fine. I will see. Sorry, I can't get to every question. My apologies. Especially on certain platforms, you might only see a few questions, so it might be like ridiculous. Wow, come on, I'm not answering your particular question. However, we're live on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and 5 different Facebook pages and groups. So it's pretty difficult sometimes because we actually have comments coming in from all of those different platforms. So it ends up being tricky. It ends up being kind of tricky. So my apologies for that. Hopefully, I'm able to answer as many as I possibly can, but my apologies if I've missed your particular question. So my apologies about that. I will try my best, but let me just double check on Grey Bruce. Grey Bruce is totally fine, good to go, no issues whatsoever. Hopefully that answers your question for you. Some strong storms possibly heading into Manitoulin Island right now. So there's that. Yeah. Bruce Peninsula may see some storms, says Brendan. Yeah, I know. I just saw that. That's interesting. So, doo-be-doo-be-doo. Side note, yeah, if you have our app, you can actually, I think there's a confusion sometimes. People think they have our app, but they just follow us on, like, Facebook. So they consider that our app, but we actually have a separate app, like a separate downloadable app called Instant Weather. And then you can punch in your exact location. You can figure out what alerts are happening for your exact area. And you can check like the minute or the hourly product to see when storms may arrive or when they might not. So, or when they might be gone kind of thing, right? So, yeah. Crow's Nest says, are there specific rules, regulations of sorts of requesting music? Not really. Lady Diana says Baby Shark time with a bunch of laughing faces, and you're gonna upset Brennan, so we can't be doing that. Brennan says he's mad. All right, we've got to the point in the live stream where we're almost going to shut it down, but I promised everybody I'd sing a song or two. I promised. Bookend Vortex, says William. Might be worth playing Bookend Vortex. I'll play Bookend Vortex, which is a random song I made up on a stream. I don't know how it's still a thing, but people keep asking for it. Bookend Vortex, do do do. Bookend Vortex, da da da. It's a bookend vortex, ba 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 ba. It's a type of storm that can produce a tornado at the north end of the storm. Ba da ba ba. At the north end of the storm, yeah. I'm warming up on Bookend Vortex, ba 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 ba. My voice is kind of hoarse because I've been not really hydrating a lot. And hold on a second. That's nice. Ryan says, I didn't know this was a song. Yeah. Thank you, kindly. Appreciate it. Alyssa says, aw, such a nice way to end a live stream. Thanks so much. I hope I pronounced your name right, Alyssa. Alyssa. Claire says, Aberrations. I did play that the other day. It was fun. Yeah, Dave Matthews said, what about those storms moving into Bruce Peninsula? Yeah, I've been watching those. Brendan mentioned them too. Bruce Peninsula storms might be a problem. And then I'm going to be sitting here singing songs. It looks like strong winds and hail. There's like some really transparent rotation, but I really don't think it's a problem. Rotation-wise, it looks pretty messy. Excuse me, it's also the very, very edge of radar, so it's probably nothing too crazy. Jade says Blackbird. Blackbird. Or Brit. Hi, Holly. Carol says, need to write a song about the Michigan blob. The Michigan blob's coming again. The Michigan blob is coming again. That's there it is. There's the Michigan blob song. Turning off this fan was a terrible idea, but I turned off my noise canceling on the microphone, so it might get windy. But I'm boiling down here. This room gets so hot when I have everything going. It's 32 Celsius in this room. Whew. Whew. Cindy says, no apologies, please. All right. All right, I'll play. I'm getting 2 requests over and over again here. Blackbird from several, and then so I'll play Blackbird, and then I'll play No Apologies. So No Apologies is an original I wrote when I was like 20, like 18 years ago or something like that. Something like that. June, settle down. Okay. Hold on a second. Blackbird. Okay. If you've stuck around on the live stream this long, firstly, kudos, and secondly, here's some songs. Yeah, I know that's not what you said, Brennan. I'm not going to tell them what you actually said. That's not family friendly. Brennan getting mad still at Baby Shark. Watching Bruce Peninsula. Just want to clarify, Bruce Peninsula might see some strong storms. Maybe. Michigan blob. Do. Oh, Huntsville, Ontario has been upgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning, says Christy. Thank you. Bren, confirm that, please. But I think she seems like she's on the ball. That's good. Muskoka Matt says, you're not 40. No, I'm 38. I just turned 38 at the end of July, so I'm now 38. I've gone around the sun 38 times. Here we go. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take those broken wings and learn to fly. All your life you were only waiting for this moment to arise. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Oh, take those sunken eyes, you learn to see. All your life you were only waiting for this moment to be free. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly into the light of the dark black night. Singing in the dead of night. Oh, take those broken wings, you learn to fly. All your life you were only waiting for this moment to arise. You were only waiting for this moment to rise. Oh, you were only waiting for this moment to rise. Thank you so much. Thank you kindly. Okay, so that was one tune. Barbara says, "Why does the radar disappear and then come back?" I think the future radar is actually like ending some storms, and then it's popping up, it's bubbling up a few other storms. So, thank you so much, Christina. Thank you kindly, Amber, Christy, Bernadette, Mark. Thank you so much, John, Meredith, Barbara. Thank you kindly. Thank you. Appreciate it. Meaning the precipitation? Yes. So it is precipitation. That's right. That's right for sure. You're very welcome, Barbara. Thank you kindly. Jalen says, "Will anything else at Chatham, Kent?" I'm doubtful. I am doubtful. Brittany says her daughter loved the whistling. Yes, whistling. What else? There's a few other songs where I'll do some whistling here. I'll do one other cover, and then I'll do No Apologies for you. Oh, Bruce Peninsula is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like a pretty strong line of storms. So Bruce Peninsula, severe thunderstorm warning coming down from the north, moving southeast. Come a little bit closer, hear what I have to say. It's like children sleeping, we can dream this night away. There's a full moon rising, let's go dancing in the light. We know where the music's playing, let's go out and feel the night. Thanks, Brendan. Bruce Peninsula, severe thunderstorm warning now. Those storms look pretty strong. Because I'm still in love with you, wanna see you dance again. Yes, I'm still in love with you on this harvest moon. When we were strangers, I watched you from afar. When we were lovers, I loved you with all my heart. Getting late and the moon is climbing high. Ooh, wanna celebrate and see it shining in your eyes. Yes, I'm still in love with you. Sing it one more time. I wanna see you dance again. I'm still in love with you. Wanna see you dance again. Yes, I'm still in love with you on this harvest moon. Thank you so much. Thanks for switching that up, Brendan. I appreciate it. Bruce Peninsula, looking pretty strong. Strong winds. Probably some hail heading into the Bruce Peninsula right now. Yeah, those storms are pretty strong still. Northeastern Ontario into Muskoka. Still seeing some strong signatures here. Have to watch that closely. Gotta watch it closely. I've been requested to play an original called No Apologies that I may have to play. But first, I need to check radar. Yeah, so it's very, 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 very tip of Bruce Peninsula. So Tobermory, and that will be heading kind of to the southeast. Let me actually just flip. I'm literally just using our app right now, so I'm going to flip back to the home page. I'm going to flip back to live radar, and we'll see if we get a new version of future radar here. Let's see if we can get something new out of it. So there's that storm you can see over there north of Owen Sound, just south of Manitoulin Island, and it is pretty potent still. I'm going to hit play, and let's see where future radar is trying to take it. So it is pushing it maybe a little bit more east-southeast. Right now it's kind of actually moving a bit more southeast, but it looks like it's trying to push it a little bit further to the east. So we're going to have to watch that closely. Yeah, we will have to watch it closely. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you kindly. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Adriana says, had a big thunderstorm, power went out and hasn't been back on. Oh, man. It's not good. Let us know where. B says, I only use this. I don't trust anything but instant weather. Thank you kindly. That's very grateful we're able to help, and I appreciate everyone's kind feedback. It's really wonderful. Just grazing berries, says Kennedy. Thank you. Our watch for thunderstorm watch has ended in Midland, says Leanne. The severe thunderstorm watch has ended in Midland. Did it? Oh, I'm seeing some. Did it end? I'll have to double check that. Brennan is the investigator. Did that end? Wow, that was very kind of Virginia. Virginia sent us a super chat on YouTube. Thank you kindly, Virginia. I really sincerely appreciate it. You definitely didn't have to do that, but it's very kind of you, and thank you so much. Anybody who has sent stars on Facebook, thank you so much. Stars is like a tip jar, kind of like super chats. I can't see those pop up on this live streaming platform we're using. Unfortunately, I can't see. If you have sent stars, let me know in the comments, and I will go and say thank you to you. Thank you so much kindly. Chad says, how do you tilt the map on iOS like I just did? You just take 2 fingers on the map, and you can actually tilt a 45-degree angle on the Google map there. So hopefully that helps you see how that works there. Let me just zoom this out slightly. There we go. Maybe move it a little bit more north. That Huntsville storm line actually looks pretty potent as well too. Brennan said the warning has ended. Is the watch still going? Maybe that was confused with warning on a watch there. The warning has ended. Yes, the watch is still going. Brandon, you seen that little pocket south of Bracebridge on King City? Kind of like a really weak little rotation pocket there. I don't know if you're seeing that. And near Cashy Lake as well. Yeah, he's seen that there. That's interesting. Super windy here. Leaves going all over the place, he said. Brennan's in Bracebridge there. So that's interesting. Have to be watching that closely. Let's keep an eye on that and see if it changes at all. Interesting. Let's see. Kaylin says the severe thunderstorm watch ended in Aurelia. Was it the watch or the warning? Because I think the watches are still in place. You might be thinking of the warning. Possibly. Possibly. Let's see here. Okay, just got to check on a few things, and then I will play that tune, and then I'll probably shut the stream down. I would think. It might be what I need to do here, but we'll see. We will see. Still wanted to watch what was going on with that storm near Huntsville. Or south of Gravenhurst, sorry. Oh, there was an update. Yeah, it kind of weakened, didn't it? Still some strong winds there, though. Still some strong winds in Muskoka. Strong winds into Tobermory. Probably northeastern Ontario. Still see some pretty strong winds from what we can tell. Especially near north of Dunchurch, south of Port Loring. Looks like there's some pretty strong gusty winds in there as well, too. And that Cache Lake, still looking like some pretty strong gusty winds as well. So there's that. Yeah, that's all I can see for now. As far as radar is concerned, Colleen says, Killworthy, Adam. Let me take a look. Killworthy. Let's see here. Let me see. I will take a gander. Give me a second here. Dana says, Adam needs a Frosty with fries after such a great job. Brendan needs a Frosty minus the fries. That's what she said. Brendan does not want... You know what? Brendan probably wants the Frosty and the fries, but he would just rather keep them separate from each other. I think that was really the moral of the story there, is that he would never combine them. Brendan, can you confirm? And he's laughing. I think he just wants them separate. I think that's the moral of the story there. We had a long conversation. We probably talked too long about Frosties and fries. So many people probably went and had Wendy's tonight. I'm looking up Killworthy for you, Colleen. Give me just a second here. Killworthy. That's an interesting town name. Oh, yeah. I see Killworthy, just south of Gravenhurst there. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's the strongest part of that storm is southeast of you now. It's heading east of Wishago, east of Severn Bridge. Killworthy is just on the very edge of it. Brennan, can you confirm? Do you want both the Frosty and the fries? However, you want to keep them separate, or are you just completely against the Frosty? Tell us how you feel. We need to know. Is this entertaining? He says, I don't mind it. Okay, well, the only thing that's painful about those Frosties, though, is you got to eat them with like a spoon. Because they're literally rock hard. It's crazy. You're welcome, Colleen. Jade says, now I'm craving Wendy's. We all are, really. Adrian says, I had to get KFC. Only thing that was open in Tilbury, they just have a generator. Ah, well, it happens. Megan says, Bracebridge. And then Michael says, Bracebridge, please. Everybody try to say Bracebridge 4 times fast. Good luck. Bracebridge. You can't say it. I think Brennan's in Bracebridge. Brennan, how's Bracebridge? Are you okay? Brennan will tell us how Bracebridge is. He literally lives there. He says he's good. Yeah, so Bracebridge is cool. Leanne says, so am I. Yeah, Megan, Bracebridge is good. It's raining and stormy, but nothing crazy, Brennan says. Dana says, Bracebridge 4 times fast. It's hard. By the 4th time, it's like, brush breach. Brennan, can you pull off the alert map pretty please? Bracebridge, 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 Bracebridge. You can't. You only say it so many times fast until it's brutal. Brittany says Hamilton. I think Hamilton's good. Give me just 1 second. I'm just checking a few things. Give me just a moment here. Someone said sales are skyrocketing at Wendy's tonight. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to play one more song for you, then I'm going to shut down the stream. Bruce Peninsula looks strong. Bracebridge looks noisy, but it's okay. Those storms, though, there's some pretty strong winds in there still. Still some pretty strong winds in there, so... Still some severe thunderstorm warnings in place. I'm sure Brennan will bring them up on the screen as I start to sing this. See? Okay, I'm going to play an original. And, oh, Melanie says Sweet Home Alabama. I don't even know if I remember it all, but I can try. Big wheels keep on turning. Home to see my kin, singing songs about the Southland. I miss Alabama once again, and I think it's a sin. Yeah, come on. It's coming back. Oh, Mr. Young, sing about us. Put it down. Old Neil Young will remember. South Bammy. Oh, don't need him around anyhow. Sorry, Brennan's freaking me out right now because he's saying I have to look at radar right now. So, right before the course, too. But you know what? I'm sorry, radar comes first. Radar comes first. Oh. Yeah, that's something. What's the environment like there? Okay. I think we're gonna post minor. Yeah, it's been a few frames, right? Okay. Yeah. It's been a few frames. I'm sorry, folks. You're right. You're like, how anticlimactic was that? We were right at the course. Here, I'll sing you the course a cappella while I post about minor rotation. So give me 1 sec. I'm going to post about minor rotation on that storm. Everyone, I'm sure everybody is so mad at me right now. But hopefully you can appreciate that. The radar comes first. The songs come second. Sweet home Alabama. Well, the skies are so blue. Sweet home Alabama. Lord, I'm coming home to you. It's hard to really play guitar with my mouth, but 1 second here. I gotta post about that. Minor rotation. We are seeing minor rotation in that storm. Housey Rapids kind of area. Yep. Yeah, it's there. Kind of near Barkway. moving to the northeast, I would say that's definitely worth posting about. So thank you, Brennan, for bringing that to my attention. Brennan, keep me on the ball. That's what I'd like to see. So I'm going to post about that right now. Give me just 1 second, and then I will... I said I'd play an original, so I got to play an original for you folks. Give me 1 second, and I'll take care of that. Which way is she heading? I think she's heading towards Halliburton. Looks like it. I think so. Maybe towards Midland? It's possible. Is it moving northeast? Let me see. Yeah, northeast. So probably towards Midland. So I'm going to put minor rotation detected on the storm near Howsey Rapids. Near Barkway? I'll say near Howsey Rapids. Howsey Rapids. Moving northeast towards Minden. Okay, and that's 8:07. And let me just clickety-click. Give me 1 second here, and I will post that for those in the area. Yeah, that looks about right. 8:07. Okay. I'm sending it out. There we go. Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate it. Appreciate the heads up. Those in the area know about it. What I also want to do is go remove that minor rotation earlier that we saw near Midland. I'm going to take that off of the app now, so that is gone. And yeah, let's get rid of a lot of these forecast posts. I'm going to get rid of all of them, actually. Take those off the app. So the only thing left in the app is the fact that we're streaming and the minor rotation detected in Howsey's Rapids, moving northeast towards Minden. Okay. All right. There's that. Where were we? New list card is getting lit up. Kevin says, I'm in Gravenhurst, just left Barkway Road and Howsey's Rapids. How was it there? Was it pretty intense, or? What the? Donna says she just got a minor rotation update for Halliburton. That's right. I just sent that. I hit click, and you just got it. Which means you have our app. It's cool. All right. Lena says Maddock. No, I think Maddock's okay. Madoc. Maddock? Madoc. Maddock. Madoc? I forget how to pronounce it. Rebecca asked about Blue Mountain, Clarksburg, Thornbury. I think you're okay. I think you're good. Yeah, Gravenhurst is good now, because that storm is east of there now. Actually, I better pick this up a bit. This is an original. Last song I'm going to play you. I'm going to shut down the stream after that. But I'll definitely be watching closely. Madoc. See, this is the confusing thing. Maynooth is actually Maynooth, but Madoc is Madoc. Why is everything so difficult to pronounce? Okay, one more song for you. This was requested a few times. It's an original, an old original of mine. It's called No Apologies. Let me turn down the mic a bit so I can really wail. That's a good vocal warm-up for those who don't know. I will not apologize for anything I've said. There's no one else but me stuck inside this head. And it seems strange when I look in the mirror. Future's fuzzy, but it's getting clearer. And I will not be saying sorry. No way I'm saying so. Summer, spring, winter, fall. I can't believe I've done them all. Every time, look outside, it's so the same. They've got no one but themselves to blame. Ooh-wee-oo, 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 I will not apologize for anything I've done. There's no one else but me who's been lying in the sun. That it seems strange when I look in the mirror. Future's fuzzy, but it's getting clearer. And I will not be saying sorry. No way I'm saying so. Summer, spring, or winter, fall. I can't believe I've done them all. Every time I look outside, it's something new. Everyone tries to tell me every day's the same. They've got no one but themselves to blame. Ooh-wee-oo. Come on, sing it with me. Ooh-wee-oo. 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 It's getting late. 4 hours and 9 minutes and 55 seconds we've been live streaming. Oh my goodness. It has been quite a day. I really hope everybody stayed safe. Our thoughts are with those in Cottam, those in Essex County who were really hit hard with that first line of storms. Anywhere else who has been affected by today's storms. Our thoughts are with you. Thank you so much for joining us on the live stream. Seeing some pretty substantial damage reports from down in that Cottam area, so really hopefully everybody stayed safe. There was a trailer flipped as well too. I hope nobody was there, but if they were, hopefully they're okay. And long story short, thank you so much for joining us on the live stream. Thank you everyone. Thank you for downloading our app. Thank you for becoming a supporter on Facebook, on our Facebook pages, for sharing our pages with your family and friends and all of that stuff. And Cold Coffee says, what's your email for app tech support? If you're having issues with the app, send us an email, help@instantweather.ca. So not .com, but .ca for Canada. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, everybody. Leanne says, supporter now. Thank you for everything, Adam and team. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you to Brennan, to Atlanta, to Teresa, to everybody who has been helping out. We're going to keep watching this rotation near House's Rapids. And still watching those storms coming down from Manitoulin Island into the Bruce Peninsula. So continue to watch that for sure. Taylor says, just followed you on TikTok. Side note, we have a TikTok, Instant Weather Ontario on TikTok. Please give us a follow. We'd love to actually add TikTok as one of our live streaming options when we go live, but we need like 1,000 followers. So please add us on TikTok, and we will do our best to add that to the live streaming as soon as we possibly can. Yeah. So thank you so much to everybody. Thank you kindly. Thank you to all those who have sent super chats on YouTube and stars on Facebook. Really makes a huge difference. Those who join us on our Patreon campaign, Instant Weather on Patreon. Coffee mugs and t-shirts and all that stuff on there. Pretty cool stuff as well. Yeah, so much. Those who subscribe to our text message alerts at textmessagealerts.com. And those who have, again, who have upgraded the radar in our app. Thank you so much to all of you. You make this all possible, and you're so wonderful. And that's it. I just can't say anything else, but I'm so grateful for this wonderful community. And thank you, Pat. Thank you, Cody. Thank you, Sierra. Thank you, Dana, Judy, Jen, Cindy, Brianne. I can pronounce names at least. I can't pronounce towns, but I can pronounce names. Madoc. Manuth. I think that that rotation might have actually weakened on the next frame, so that's exciting. Yeah, but that's it. So thank you so much, everyone. We'll be talking to you soon. If you have any further questions, which is like, am I going to see a storm tonight? These types of questions can be answered very easily. Go download our free app, instantweatherapp.com, or just go to the App Store and go to the search on the App Store and type Instant Weather. You'll see the icon that looks like this blue and white icon right here, Instant Weather. It's like the IW, blue and white. Download that, and again, you can just go check the hourly or the 15-day forecast and all that stuff, and it'll give you all that information and let you know if there's any alerts for your area this evening. We might be back at this again tomorrow because it looks like tomorrow's going to be severe again. So, see you tomorrow. Probably. Why is there so much? This green screen technology is not working out very well. My hand is like very blurry. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you, Holly. Thank you to all those who have become a supporter. It really makes a big difference. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. And have yourself a wonderful evening. Again, hope everybody stayed safe, and we'll talk to you very, very soon. Bye-bye.